The Four Nations Faceoff comes to a close last night in Boston, and it is Canada who takes home the gold and the trophy. They did award gold medals to all the players after the win last night. It is Connor McDavid that wins it in overtime for Team Canada. They win in a best-on-best tournament again over the U.S. in overtime, very similar to the Olympics in 2010. So Canada wins, and now the NHL will get back to business, and international hockey will be back best-on-best 1 year from now. The Olympics in Milan, Italy, will feature NHL players at the Olympics. To the Sabres, NHL returning tomorrow. It'll be Sabres and Rangers at KeyBank Center tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. We'll have pregame starting at 4:30 here on WGR. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen expected to be the goaltender in goal. He did not end up playing for Finland at the Four Nations, so he's actually had a couple of weeks without playing for him. Dahlin Jokiharju back at practice for the Sabres as well, so could be a full lineup. Thompson went to Boston for Team USA but did not end up playing. In football, longtime offensive lineman, former All-Pro, seven-time first-team All-Pro, in fact, Zach Martin has retired from the NFL after 11 seasons. There were rumors about maybe he could go to Kansas City or get a big deal in free agency, but he has decided to call it quits after 11 years. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
I appreciate the song, In the Business of Misery.
Mm-hmm.
It's whatever. It's Four Nations.
Is something inaugural if it's not going to happen again?
Why won't it happen in 3?
Well, they'll do like a World Cup.
Well, they're going to do 26 is
Olympics.
And then do 3 World Cups? I thought the World Cup was going to be...
in 28.
So what's 27?
Oh, that's a good point. Brace yourself. An all-star game?
I think they just do this.
Are they going to do an all-star game? Or maybe they would run it back?
Yeah, I don't know. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. I'm at naturalstattrick.com digging into the Corsi numbers.
Oh, wow. Let's go.
Happy Friday.
The Corsi numbers
What'd you do at work
of
today?
best-on-best hockey.
Yeah. I checked
What an era.
Vinny Trocheck's Corsi for and Corsi against.
Did it look terrible?
Yes.
Yeah, not a surprise. Not a surprise.
Yeah.
Vinny
Well,
Trocheck.
hey, listen, it was a great tournament. It's one of those moments where, you can step back and appreciate how great everything was. I also had the feeling of, can I ever win anything ever in my life? This one wasn't even that big of a win, but just, hey.
A win.
How about a win in something?
Right. It'd be like the Kevin Malone gif from The Office. I just kind of want to use it once where it's just nice to win one.
Yeah.
No, nothing. I mean, one of us is going to do it in the soccer world, but
you've already done it in the soccer world, so that doesn't count.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. That's 5 years ago now.
My last win was 22 years ago. I mean, I got that.
Okay.
Syracuse basketball won a thing. Granted, this would not have been like winning, a Stanley Cup or a Super Bowl. This might have been on the level with winning the Ravens game, right? The Bills beat the Ravens. You're pretty happy about that. Maybe not even that. Maybe it's the Bills beating the Broncos. I don't know.
Yeah.
Trying to put where it would have ranked. But anyway, The game was exciting. I'm equal parts impressed. I was out at a bar last night. There were USA chants. It was a rowdy scene, high-fiving of strangers, all the good stuff, It was all on display for a Thursday night game where I'm eager to see the ratings because it felt like the NHL was the center of the sports universe for the first time since 2010.
Yeah.
A long time.
Yeah.
Center of the sports universe. Granted, if there was a football game on between the Titans and the Rams, it would have lost to that. But that's okay. We don't have to talk about that. They won. The NHL had a big win, and McDavid scores the golden goal because that's, of course, how it always has to go.
Yep.
That guy on that team has to score that goal every time, no matter what.
Yep.
Okay.
It almost is like you can have one thing I thought about this morning. I was thinking about the Bills and the Chiefs a little bit after last night's game. I don't think you can go that far with a comparison, but I did think about, you can have here all over the place, like teams that I root for. Like you've got guys that are amazing, but if the other team's got that guy that's just a little bit better and he's like the best, then just it always ends up going his way, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like kind of like a Mahomes-Allen thing, right? Like Allen, in terms of accomplishments over like a 5-year period, like I got the second best guy. But the top guy, like last night, I got Matthews and Eichel. Like, all right, I got as close as you could get to McDavid and McKinnon. But it's McDavid and McKinnon.
And Matthews did not bury his chance, and McDavid did. That's the tournament right there. Like Matthews had an incredible chance.
Yeah,
in tight on Jordan Binnington. He scored that goal how many times in his career? 100?
Yeah,
200.
200 times.
He's a goal scorer. He had a great opportunity. Not even just like I want to say, is it a better opportunity than McDavid's? Maybe not. He's got to kind of chip a puck up and over Binnington, but
Binnington was insane.
Yes, he was. He was very good.
Binnington, he had the game. He had the game that the thing you say about him, which is, he might let the soft one in, but he's going to show up in the big moment, and so you can roll your eyes at that, but then he went and did it.
Yep.
He had back-to-back incredible saves. Brady Tkachuk and then Matthews, right?
It is funny how it works. Like you made a comparison of Bills Chiefs, and there are echoes of Bills Chiefs because you know how it goes. It's, man, I really like this team. Coin toss. Game ends. You lost. All right, here's 5 players I have no use for. It's pretty fast.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, no, exactly.
It happens pretty quick. Lost
gotta
again.
Be mad.
Right.
Gotta be mad at somebody.
Let me tell you, Chris Kreider should have been nowhere near this team.
Yes.
Let me tell you who else should not have been anywhere near this team. Like, is Brock Nelson? Should he have been on the team? Maybe. Whatever. Just immediately turn to, these players should not have been here.
Yeah. Saw a lot of yelling at Chris Drury last night because he's the assistant GM for this team, and he put all his own guys on it that stink.
Yeah, a bunch of Rangers.
None of them were good in the tournament.
Yep.
And none of them were having good seasons. The Rangers aren't having a good season. Like, look at that team. They're having, like, their worst year in 7 years. You know what we should do? Let's fill up a fourth of the team with them. That's a good idea.
Well, they did the thing. This is, your hottest take. And, by the way, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. If you're new to the show, one of Joe's hottest takes that gets people the most upset is that Miracle was bad for U.S. hockey. But the case you make for it was on display last night. Was it not? That they brought a fourth line because they think it's important to have a team like that instead of just bringing their best players. And every time that team was on the ice, that line was on the ice, it was hold onto your butts.
Yep.
Because they got ragdolled by Team Canada again and again and again.
Every time they were out there. They never had the puck.
No.
They could never keep the puck. And it wasn't even just that wasn't even just like a Tage thing for me. There were when they don't play Kyle Connor. Remember Paul in our first conversation with him before the tournament, I think mentioned Connor as somebody he was like excited to see in this tournament. Like criminally underrated goal scorer. He scored 30 goals like every year of his career going back like 9 years. Like that guy is an awesome offensive player and isn't even that bad defensively. And they left him on the bench. They didn't play him in favor of Chris Kreider, who has 4 assists on the season. Does Zemgus Girgensons have more assists? He's got some goals, Kreider. But, okay, Connor, add to a list now of Thompson's not on the ice. and you didn't bring Cole Caulfield. All right. You didn't bring Jason Robertson, who was a 100-point player not long ago. And some of those guys are injury stuff. I get it. But, last night they decided we need a fourth line. We need the right players more than we need the best players. And I just think they should stop watching movies and bring the best players.
Well, they did watch
movies.
Because
it's easy to get, feel romanticize and, get all the feels when you're watching Miracle and Herb Brooks is outside the bus and he sends the one guy home because we're a family. But come on, bring the guy that scores goals. That you sat on the bench who scored 30 goals every year of his career for 8 years. No, he can't play because fourth lines. Yeah, I think it's more of a hockey thing, though. It's not even U.S. Canada did it.
Canada did do it, yeah. That's right.
They brought Sam Bennett, right? And he scored a goal. He did score a goal yesterday. But they brought guys that they thought were more like a fourth line. I just think it's more of a hockey thing overall, that there will have to be growth. Or someone will eventually figure it out that, hey, it's actually stop focusing so much on how good are you in your own end and focus more on how often are you in your own end. Because, okay, you want to tell me that a guy is awesome defensively. He's so good in his own end. But he's always there versus another guy who, not as good in his own end, but he's only there 30% of the time. He's only there 35% of the time. I think the league's got to start thinking more about that. The hockey's got to start thinking more about how often are you in your own end versus how good are you. Because when you see roster building, guys that run NHL organizations, what do? Well, I think Kreider will be better when we're getting run over in our own zone.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. You're just getting run over in your own zone.
This is all a compliment to the series and how it all worked, that we are treating this like a real honest-to-goodness post-game show. Right? Team USA, Team Canada played, and here we are. And, I mean,
lineup decisions.
Fired up
fourth
a little
line.
I thought about that. The entire world watches this tournament and says, what does everybody do the next day? And the answer is take apart the GM.
Someone wanted to fire him.
That's what we do. Get this guy out of here.
This guy can't. This guy can't choose the team next year.
This is the highest compliment we could possibly pay this tournament.
That's true.
Is that we are mad about it.
We want to fire the GM.
That's it. That's success. You're mad about it.
And what is John Tortorella doing on the bench? I'm just kidding. No. I mean, he was on the bench last night.
It was great. The U.S. also had, of course, injury issues. I mean, Matthew Tkachuk couldn't play. That hurt, right?
Their best defenseman wasn't there.
Yep. He had illness going through the team. He had injury going through the team. And there's probably a point about McDavid scoring that goal and Crosby scoring that goal that I do want to relate to the Bills. And I won't stretch it too far or work that hard. But you need the greatest players on earth. You need the greatest players. You want to win on the highest level, you need the greatest players. It's not lost on me that, there are 5 goals scored in that game. And along the way, you get contributions from Brady Tkachuk and Sanderson and Sam Bennett. Yep. And McKinnon's one of the best, but his goal was just a smart play and a well-timed shot. Yeah. He did that a bunch of times in the playoffs last year to Hellebuck. So McKinnon's almost kind of figured out that the way to beat Hellebuck, I got to shoot it where he can't see it. And it was a great shot. It was not just throw it at the net. He picked the corner through all that traffic.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, who wins the tournament? The greatest player on earth. At the end of the day, who wins the Super Bowl? The team that has blue chip players. Who beats the other team? It's the best player. And this is where the offseason for the Bills, and I'm not going to just completely shift to the Bills here, but the Bills have a guy like that. And it shouldn't be controversial to say, go get the rest of the team to be as good as possible and do whatever it takes. McDavid, of course, is the best in the world. Josh Allen might be the best in the world right now. He just won the MVP.
Yeah.
He might be the best. So, more of the greats. Enough of the, we're a family. I mean, your point about here, how they treat this, and that's how the Bills talk about their offense. It's better to be a family than it is to have a freak show amazing guy that might rub guys the wrong way. Right. McKinnon is that. McKinnon is a guy that is a whatever.
McKinnon's a jerk.
Yeah, a big jerk.
He's like a Jordan, Kobe jerk. I heard a story about him at practice. Maybe this is well known that at practice he won't move his stick in order to like receive a pass from a teammate. Like he leaves it there because you better hit me on the tape. Right. Like this is practice. We're trying to perfect things here. Yeah. McKinnon's like a crazy person.
Yep.
Which I can appreciate, and like I think you need some of that. Yeah.
But anyway, I'm trying to like step out of the frustration. I'm mad about a Justin Trudeau tweet. That's my Friday.
What
morning.
did he tweet? You can't
tweeted,
take our game.
You can't take our country, and you can't take our game.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, listen. That implies that it was on the line. You're telling me the game is on the line? Because careful, buddy, we play in a year.
Well, right.
And in a year, it does mean more.
To defend him a little bit, if the U.S. had won, it would have been a lot today of, it's our game now, baby.
I understand.
That would have been more like, I would somewhat justify too. You win, you're living the high life, enjoy it. The tournament just meant that much. If you win, you should mean that much. But it was still a little bit of an eye roll.
For sure. They played twice. Canada,
right? They played twice, and the score was even, right? Well, the U.S. had an empty netter. Take the empty netter out, and the score was 5-5 between these two teams.
Yep.
Last night they have. This is at least only on 5-on-5. They had 68 shot attempts to 68 shot attempts, and were tied going into overtime. Like the teams were even, totally even.
Yep.
On almost every number.
Congratulations to Canada on their one regulation win in 4 games.
Yeah, 3-2-1 point system.
I mean, last night's a real win because it's 5-on-5, so it's not really 3-2-1 point system.
That's true.
Anyway, great atmosphere, great night. The Canadian anthem was bad. It was not booed. It maybe should have been.
Yeah.
It was performed poorly.
Like the Canadians should have booed it.
Yes.
The Canadians that were in attendance.
It was an odd anthem. What else happened
It's not really an anthem that is designed for, going off the beaten path, right? Like, you can't really do your own thing with O Canada. I think you're more able to do that with the Star Spangled Banner, I think, than you're able to do it with O Canada. What else to say? The save on Brady Tkachuk in overtime. They're showing again right now. What else did happen? Gretzky and Eruzione and Crosby and Matthews looked like they had never. It was like one of those soccer things, right? Where in soccer, like before every Champions League game, or it's at least before international games, they like give a banner or something to the other team as like an exchange, and it just looked very awkward because I feel like those guys had never done that before, or at least it kind of looked like it. Maybe Gretzky just didn't know what was going on, somebody, but. Yeah, the game starting at 8:23, by the way, when we were told 8 o'clock puck drop. That was a very annoying thing about this tournament.
It's like a movie theater with the trailers.
I thought the same thing.
Exactly. The whole tournament was, this game's at 8 o'clock tonight, and then 8:23, we're finally getting the puck drop.
You can't even get someone to... I actually searched all of Twitter for what time is Faceoff, not just open up the ESPN app and see it say 8 o'clock. I really wanted to know.
Did you find it?
No.
Do you know where I've figured out you can find it? The betting apps. The betting apps have the exact start time. Why? Because they want to take as much action in before the game starts. So if you go on any one of those apps, it'll say, I went on at like 8:03 last night. It said, starting in 17 minutes. It's like, they know. I don't know where else you can find it. But at least the betting. If you have the betting apps, and like that might be your most accurate place to find a puck drop right now.
On the chat, someone points out, I love how much energy you guys have with 4 hours of sleep. The alarm did ring early. When the game ended, there was an immediate justification in my head, like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
It's going to get late. I would have taken multiple overtimes. I mean, the U.S. came out buzzing in that overtime. Felt like they should have won it 3 times.
4 hours of sleep after a game is different than just 4 hours of sleep. Like 4 hours of sleep after the Bills have played a night game after at midnight is different to me than just any other day. This is somewhat the same.
Well, good for Canada, good for the NHL, good for everybody involved. The whole thing was a smash success. When you've got J.J. Watt up tweeting about how the league is presenting its stars properly and whatever, like it was awesome. It was awesome. And last night felt like being alive. If you're a Sabres fan, you might have felt nostalgia for it's hard to say this without taking complete shots at the Sabres, but what it's like to watch a meaningful game with people that care about the game and care about the same outcome. For the Sabres, we kind of can throw ourselves into a Thursday against the Blues if it's a fun game. But true stakes, it's been so long. It's been so long to be holding your breath an entire penalty kill, to be watching a game like that, and the first whistle goes for the TV timeout, and you realize you haven't been breathing properly. It's been 6 minutes, and whistle blows, you go, oh, okay. I'm on the edge of my seat. That was nice to have last night. I don't know when the next time that'll happen. When's the next time I'll feel that way?
Probably the Olympics.
It might be.
That's even if they play Canada.
I thought about this last night, and I'm kidding. Gamble responsibly. I don't gamble big money. I thought about if I want to feel that way, should I put $100 on a game? Just like pick a game on a Wednesday and care that much.
Yeah.
I just want the organic caring. I just want the Sabres to be back in it again and have a team where, whatever, a team you're proud of. The way Team USA played in this tournament, we talked about their fourth line plenty, but they hit, they played hard.
They're super skilled.
You've got guys
fast,
diving in front of shots to break to block shots.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
Who was the guy that you realized how good they were more than anybody in this tournament?
Zach Werenski.
Werenski?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you texted me about his best stick in the league.
Zach Werenski made 250 plays with his stick that my jaw dropped. I'm like, look, this guy is unbelievable. I know Jacob Slavin got a lot of a lot of credit, but
yeah, and he had some moments last night too. He's very good defensively.
Yes,
insanely good defensively.
But for me, it was Werenski. Werenski's the guy I came away thinking like, holy cow, is this guy good?
Yeah, because he plays for Columbus.
Yep,
it's not a team you're. The same thing. They're not. How many meaningful games are they playing in? He might be a good example of that. That's what I was hoping kind of happened with Dahlin in this tournament,
where people watch and say, "Holy cow, this guy's good."
Yeah, because they might not watch the Sabres a lot. The same way we wouldn't watch the Blue Jackets every night, other than when they play the Sabres or if they were in the playoffs, right? And the Blue Jackets don't make the playoffs either. They make it more often than the Sabres do, but you don't see Werenski in the big games as often. But he's insane. He probably is going to win the Norris this year. I haven't looked at odds in a minute, but he's over a point a game. He leads Columbus in scoring. They're in a playoff spot, and he is easily their best player. Let's see. Yeah, he's one of the favorites. Maybe Quinn Hughes is up there too. But yeah, Werenski's unbelievable. The guy, Thomas Harley is a guy too. This was a little discovery, a little bit of okay, I know this guy is good, but when you see them playing on the best stage, Brock Faber is another one for Minnesota. I think he led Team USA in ice time last night. They played him more minutes than anybody. He's young, so he's kind of only in his second year, but that's another dude that's going to be one of the best defensemen for a long time. So maybe a little discovery for some people on different guys.
803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-552-550. Would not surprise me if some of these players that played last night sit out tomorrow night and just get some time to get back to whatever.
So Miller sat out, didn't he, the first game back after the 2010 Olympics, right?
That's probably right.
Because I think I remember, someone can correct me on this, I think I remember that ESPN, this was when this was hockey was center stage at that time too. And coming off the Olympics, Miller just won the MVP of the tournament. And I'm pretty sure I remember ESPN First Take debating and arguing about whether Miller should play that first game back. They were just let's run with hockey for one more day here. And then I don't think he played. So that's a goalie. Maybe it's a little bit different, but yeah, maybe we'll get all these guys resting. I think I would give the Kachucks at least a rest. Those guys got beat up throughout the tournament.
803-0550, our number. A lot of questions coming from here. Can the NHL keep this momentum going into the Stanley Cup playoffs? It's possible. They had a great tournament, and it was a smash hit. I don't even know if they thought it would be this big a deal. They have their players to thank. And whether it's the history, putting on the jersey, the flag, whatever, they have their players to thank. And fans, too. I mean, fans bought in all the way. So great job from the NHL. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. You want to give us a call on the game? What's your thought of it? I like your question, Joe. Like, what player from the tournament did you come away saying, okay, I now understand that guy's game a little bit better? For me, it's Werenski by a mile. Like, I was just absolutely in love with him every single shift. So if you got a guy, give us a ring. 803-0550. Mike Catalana at 8 o'clock on what's going on with the Amherst a little bit, and, of course, the Bills as the Combine approaches. And Stephen Ellis, Daily Faceoff, coming up 9 o'clock to wrap this tournament as well. So we've got time. The alarm rang early, so I don't know. We probably look like we just rolled out of bed, which we did. But whatever. Give us a ring. Hang out. It's a Friday morning here on WGR.
The Four Nations Faceoff ends with Team Canada hoisting the trophy and getting the gold medals last night in Boston. A 3-2 final in overtime. Connor McDavid scores the game winner slot shot right out in front of Connor Hellebuck. He roofs it. Game-winning goal for him, and he also won Player of the Game. McDavid and Canada win the tournament over Team USA. The next best-on-best international hockey will be in a year at the Winter Olympics in Milan. NHL gets back to business on Saturday. The Sabres will be in action 5:30 tomorrow at home against the New York Rangers. The pregame show will start at 4:30 here on WGR. In the NFL, longtime All-Pro guard Zach Martin is retiring after 11 seasons. He is tied for the most All-Pros ever at his position with 7 first-team All-Pros. And in basketball, Victor Wembanyama, star of the San Antonio Spurs, is out for the remainder of the season. He has a blood clot issue in his right shoulder. He is out for the year. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Yeah, obviously it means a lot to our group. I think a lot of people were wondering if, what this tournament would mean to guys, and obviously you can see what it means to everyone on our side. It was, really exciting.
Connor McDavid. The golden goal.
And you can say that because they did give out gold medals, I guess, last night. We didn't know if they would, but they all got gold medals.
Did the assistant coach coaches get gold medals?
I didn't notice that. I feel like it'd be easier to do that though in this tournament than it would at the Olympics.
I was at an establishment, so I immediately walked home. Did you watch ceremony afterwards?
Yeah, I stayed tuned for it for a little bit. Well, the place that we all watched the game at, we decided we're going to head out after the third period. We think we can make it home by overtime. Missed it by a minute or two because they did the shorter intermissions in this tournament. So just missed that, but is that his career highlight now?
McDavid? Sure, yeah, I think so. He hasn't won the Stanley Cup. They got to Game 7, and he didn't have a great game in Game 7. He almost had a career highlight where the comeback, dragging Edmonton back into that series last year, would have been it.
Yeah.
He won the Conn Smythe in a loss, right?
Right.
I mean,
yeah,
that's pretty good. But single highlight?
He didn't have a point in Game 6 or Game 7 of that series.
Right.
Right, single. I mean, he's got a billion insane goals that could qualify for this. For the meaning of it, I think I would know if he had an overtime playoff winning goal, but that's what it would take, right? To top that.
Even then, the Crosby. What's Crosby's career highlight? Isn't he the same? He's got a million of them. He also has 3 Stanley Cups,
and it probably is him scoring the golden goal.
It probably is.
Yeah. That's the reason I think it's a little closer maybe for McDavid is that's the Olympics for Crosby, and it's a tournament.
Yeah, it's nice,
but it's not the Olympics.
No, 1 year from now, what this really was among other things, a great appetizer and a great marketing tool for the Olympics next year. They ran the commercial a million times. Hey, 1 year from now, we're all there in Italy. All these teams, including Germany and
Italy,
right? All these
but
teams.
Yeah, Germany and Russia, maybe
Czechia,
Sweden and Finland still. Yeah, all the others will be there.
Austria.
Yeah, I was interested enough already to look at the groups for next year in the Olympics, which are already been decided, I guess. In the U.S. and Canada are not in the same group, as would make sense. The U.S. will be in Russia's group if Russia is in the tournament, which has not been confirmed yet. If they're not, then France will take their place, which I don't really need.
No.
What? France is going to play hockey and get smoked by 8 goals every game. We don't really need them in it. If you're not going to invite Russia, just let them through. Let them through the group because I think they're going to be fine.
803-0550 is our phone number. If you want to chime in, we've got wide open phone lines. So Tage returns, and the Sabres are back to it tomorrow against the Rangers. And
they have players.
They
that are
will be
sitting tomorrow.
missing a bunch of guys because they were
Adam Fox, Chris Kreider, and Vincent Trocheck. And is there another one? Do they have a guy in the?
You got to
Canadian
imagine
team?
that Trocheck and Kreider are going to be sore from being run over in this game. Sorry.
You mean chasing around the opponent for the entire game?
I'm sorry. I've previously loved Trocheck. I mean, just, whatever.
Fox also is a guy who's taken it. I asked the question, like, who's the guy that you kind of learned how good they were in this tournament? Kind of the opposite with Fox. Like, I guess that's been a little bit of his story that he has not been the same for like a year and a half now. And he wasn't terrible, but like I did not notice anything that wowed me. Like he might have been the 5th or 6th best defenseman every night, I thought, for the U.S. And again, that's maybe been a little bit of a trend for maybe it's more this year. It might just be the Rangers are bad though. All those guys are having bad years, and it might just be that the Rangers are having a really bad year, and that's really all it is. So, yeah, glad we had it. I'm glad they did it.
Yes,
just glad they did it.
Yes, I felt Thursday night in February. Holy cow! To have an event like this is pretty great. So.
As opposed to, like, last night, Celtics Sixers was on last night for the 100th time in the regular season. But there wasn't, there's nothing that you're really competing with. Like, that to me is why, I guess I didn't realize when we started the show, 2027, they don't have a plan right now. Like, they could just do an all-star game. But if I'm ESPN or TNT, right, like, and a lot of sports now is decided or is moved by, like, where's the TV money coming from? And if I'm one of those the heads of those networks, and my next meeting with Gary Bettman is like, I've got your rights for that week in 2027. I don't want an all-star game. Give me that. Give me what I just saw. I want that in 2 years. Don't go back to a meaningless game that nobody's going to watch. That the proof's going to be in the ratings too. And we already had numbers that said that these were like the most watched hockey games in 5 years. That wasn't Game 7 or a finals game. So maybe that is all you'll need for it to continue to happen, is the TV networks are going to say, people are watching this, and until they are not watching this is what you should be doing.
Same 4 nations. Where are the games? Do they do Vancouver and Seattle? Like find a U.S. city and an American city.
How about Buffalo and Toronto?
Buffalo, Toronto. Detroit and Toronto? Maybe you do that?
Is the problem with Buffalo and Toronto is they would all feel like Canadian home games?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to get too close to Canada. You want to make sure.
Because geographically, that feels like that would make sense. Like you're right across the border. You're not traveling as far.
Okay. How about?
But I get it.
Toronto and Chicago.
All right.
Just do it again. Run
That's
it back.
pretty good.
Have the first round be in Chicago, and then have the championship game be in Toronto. This time, flip the format, where Canada gets the final game.
I'm in. Yeah, I like that. That's good.
Will we care about it as much after the Olympics? So they're going to do the Olympics next year, and whoever wins the gold. You know what? I think the answer is yes, because the way that this is all going to work, even though this is just 4 nations, and next year is the Olympics, and the 4 nations after that, it might, I think in a best-case scenario, Joe, it might get a feel of a title belt between the U.S. and Canada. Like, who won last? Because whoever won last gets to they carry the mantle. Like, that's us.
Yeah.
If the U.S. wins gold, it'll feel like they are now kings of hockey until they play again in a tournament, and then, now it belongs to them, even though, you never actually give the gold medal up.
Yeah.
But that's what last night could also be, is the continued building of a rivalry. If we're going to see international best on best at least every other year, then you have started to build this rivalry, and a lot of these players will be back at it next year.
Well, at that point, because I like that, like a belt just for like U.S. and Canada back and forth, unless one of these other countries wins like 3 in a row, they can have it, I guess. But shouldn't, like, if last night is what we really care the most about, and Saturday night was what we really cared the most about, not to say the other games weren't great too, I mean, do we just want a series then? U.S. and Canada? That's it? Every other year? Every off year that there's no World Cup or that there isn't an Olympics, instead of doing an all-star game, like, We don't even need, Darlene and Barkov. You guys can go on vacation if you want. You're good. We're just going to do a 3-game series between the U.S. and Canada on all those off years.
You guys can have the UPL plan, where you just leave for a couple of days and don't play.
Right. Yeah. I mean, women's hockey did do something like that, I think, where it was just a U.S.-Canada series. Like, they did their Four Nations tournament, too, for a long time, like 20 years. I don't think they've done it in a couple of years. But
Didn't they do it in an NHL All-Star game? Wasn't it like
they did that? But I think
the same weekend.
But I do think they've had U.S.-Canada series like outside of the Olympics, just in general. And if you wanted to do that in the men's game, I think that might be all you really need. All you really need is just 3-game series, U.S. and Canada. Like the Summit Series back in the day with the Soviets in Canada. Although that was a 7-game series.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Four Nations.
Is tomorrow going to be a letdown? No.
Because it's Sabres-Rangers?
Sabres-Rangers. I'm just waiting for them to get beat like 4-1 and us to feel terrible as soon as it ends.
Well,
I mean, you can't feel that bad. I mean, they're not going to make the playoffs.
No, I don't know what you're supposed to feel. The Sabres are in a spot where we're just waiting for the GM to do something, or there to be a new GM. There just to be some move of some sort of some kind. Because
if they are thinking about there being a new GM, then is he even permitted to make the big move?
It's a great question.
If he even could make it?
They are in a very familiar spot, which is stuck doing nothing and watching a season, kind of finish out and, what happens next year? Who knows?
I mean, their team doesn't probably look that different.
No, probably not.
It could. They got to decide on Byram, right? And whether or not, if he's not going to sign with them, are they going to trade him? And there'll be an important guy here and there that there might be a change with, but the team's going to mostly be the team, I think.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on a Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. It's the warming trend kind of continues. It's not that cold out. It's 11, and it feels like 6. That is an improvement.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, high of 30, and into the early part of next week, we get to a 40 number, which is nice. So a warming trend. I'd like the snow to melt off the streets. That'd be nice. Your street plowed?
Yes. My street's plowed.
I don't know if I've seen a plow in weeks.
Really?
Yeah.
And you still can make it out? Well, you have a truck.
Yeah, I do. I mean,
that helps.
City streets are the idea of a plow.
No,
it's like they've gone extinct. They do not exist. Haven't seen one in weeks. Not even an attempt.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, 803-0550. We're hardened as a result. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. All right, so we got a lot of great moments out of this tournament. One of them we'll play for you here. I have not heard this yet. You've not heard this yet either.
No, I'm very excited,
But
though.
we speculated what it would be like when Bulldog heard the Freebird for the first time. The Moonlight Freebird remix, which was the U.S. goal song.
Was he hit with it without warning? Like, or did they know it was coming?
He had never heard it before.
He'd never heard it, but it was planned that he would hear it.
Sure, right.
But did he know that it was planned? Is what I'm wondering. Like, was he like? Did Zach in his ear go, "Hey, I got something"? Like, maybe not. He just
Apparently,
played the music.
Owen is informing it was not like he did not know of the plan.
Okay, all right. So he was played the Freebird version, and live reacted, and I'm told it's good. So let's have that.
Threw up in my mouth. I'm not kidding. I've not heard this.
I've not heard this.
I've not heard. I don't know. I don't have my TV up. I've not heard it in the arenas. I know this is the goal song Team USA is using. I didn't know there was a. I didn't know that there was a 1987 Suzuki Samurai with a huge boombox in the back seat, thumping through Freebird. I missed that.
There you go. As expected.
That's glorious.
What's the U.S. goal song going to be next year?
Party in the USA.
There you go. Why not?
It'll work for Jeff Skinner. It's going to be in Italy, though.
Yep.
So how many fans are going to be there?
Which means the games will be on early, right? We'll get mid-afternoon games and 10 a.m. games.
Yes. Maybe an afternoon gold medal game at best, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe 3 o'clock would be the latest game you could get. That'd be nighttime over there. That's just basing that off Premier League. Like a night game in England over here is 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
So.
Well, a massive hit, a massive success for the NHL. McDavid, the golden goal. It is kind of wild to think that is his career highlight, but,
Yeah.
He's not won a Stanley Cup. I don't know that you do it the same way. I've got a conversation about winning and winning the big one about Allen that a listener texted me during the week that he was watching one of the shows. They were debating who the best quarterback without a Super Bowl is. Mm-hmm. And the panel discussed that it's actually two current quarterbacks. It's Lamar and it's Allen. That those two are the two best to never win a Super Bowl right now. Better than Marino. Better than Rivers. The conversation of best to never win one includes two players that are active, which is kind of wild. I mean, McDavid has that, but again, it's just not the same. You're one forward on a team, and you are as dominant as he is. He can't win it himself. But anyway, maybe we'll get to that a little later as well. 803-0550, our phone number. Connor McDavid, the golden goal. Who could have seen it coming? That guy was going to be pretty good. He lived up to the hype. Also, I didn't spend enough time on this, but the opening faceoff. Dan Bilesma must have been furious about that. Eichel against McDavid on the opening faceoff.
That was so funny.
Dan Bilesma couldn't imagine doing that on a Tuesday.
He would have put Trocheck out there.
Right. And given up a goal in 10 seconds.
He would have.
Match Trocheck. Yeah, got to do that. 803-0550, our phone number. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at W. 2025 Kia K4 sedan named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins, and you can jump in with college basketball season as we close out this month and get to March. Conference tournament time, big bracket time, all the good stuff. You can bet on conference clashes, tournament upsets, and even who's cutting down the nets, regional finals, all the way future bets on who's going to win the whole thing. So if you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use. When you win, you get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/white. Get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
The U.S. and Canada last night in the Four Nations Championship goes to Canada with an overtime winner by Connor McDavid to win it 3-2. The golden goal for McDavid. They did give out gold medals and a trophy last night. That was his first best-on-best action for Canada, and it ends with a goal for him. Next up in the international best-on-best stage, it'll be the Olympics next year in Milan, 2026. The NHL, meanwhile, gets back to action this weekend. The Sabres will be in action tomorrow, 5:30 puck drop against the New York Rangers. We'll have pregame starting at 4:30 here on WGR. It is a home game at KeyBank Center tomorrow. To the NFL, Zach Martin, longtime All-Pro offensive lineman, 7-time first-team All-Pro, has retired from the NFL after 11 years. And in the NBA, Victor Wembanyama of the San Antonio Spurs is out for the remainder of the season. He picked up a shoulder injury at the All-Star game, and now it's found that he has a blood clot in his shoulder, so he is done for at least the regular season. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
These atmospheres in Montreal, being the enemy there, but being here and not getting the cheers that usually get when we play here. And I mean, it was just an unbelievable experience. This whole week has just been such a memorable one, and something that I've learned so much personally. And just to be a part of this group and this team and be a part of USA Hockey has been better than I expected.
Brady Tkachuk, who made himself some fans. Brady Tkachuk, who was involved in the Paul Hamilton Twitter poll dust-up. Paul said he would trade Darlene for Brady Tkachuk straight up. I put a Twitter poll about that.
Yeah.
That's what I'll remember from this tournament show. Everyone, Sabres fans, reminding everyone, we are still out here, as they all shouted, no, I would not do that.
Yeah. Even though there were a lot that voted that they would do that.
That's right. That's right. It's Jeremy and Joe, good morning. The Canadian team wins. Connor McDavid, a golden goal to win it.
Would like to see Brady Tkachuk in the playoffs, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Ottawa's in good shape right now. And they actually could end up playing Toronto in the first round.
All right.
Which, wouldn't that be hilarious? If Ottawa just walks in and beats the Leafs in the first round now.
That'd be great.
With Brady Tkachuk doing it. Yeah. Smash hit. All the way through.
So, if you want to call us on the Four Nations, go for it. Momentum of hockey being front and center, hockey taking center stage, all that. You want to, we have open phone lines.
If there was a guy that impressed you that you kind of discovered in this tournament, also.
Dare we do a thing where we ask, hey, hockey fan that remembered what it was like to feel alive, you got any idea on what on earth the Sabres might do to make you feel that way again? Because yesterday out for this game, there were a couple people I talked to that brought up the Paul idea of trading Brady Tkachuk for Rasmus Dahlin. And a few of them said, I didn't even care if they lose the trade. It would be something. I would feel alive again. Mm-hmm. And that's not a reason to make a bad trade if you think it's a bad trade. But really, we kind of started to get into it a little bit in the first hour. What on earth is the Sabres move? Lindy steps aside at the end of the year because he's not going to do it again, and Seth Appert's their coach. Kevin Adams is still the GM. I have what on earth? Everybody that watched that game, Sabres fans that went out, hey, what are you doing? Where are you going for the game? Blah, blah, blah. You remembered what it was like to feel alive. It was like we were cicadas that came out of the ground after 17 years and had a party, and then it's over. What could they do? What could happen to make you feel alive again? I know you say, just win. But if you chronicle the whole drought, we've done it all. We've watched them sink to the bottom in the interest of finding great players, which they did. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, that was a mess and didn't work. And now we watch those guys play last night.
Right.
So, what?
And win cups.
What idea is possibly left?
Well, there probably isn't one. right? Like, at least not of what you've done already. So, isn't it, all right, well, pick which one you want to try again. Go through the drought. Which one you want to try again? You want to try going to the bottom again? You want to try spending? You want to try trading every prospect you own and floor it the way Murray did out of the tank? Do you want to be patient and do nothing? That's a lot of these years. Do you want to be the youngest team in the league? Do you want to get as tough as possible? That's the very early drought, right? That's Darcy at the end. Let's just get as tough as possible and not care about how good the player is. What do you want to do? You want a star goalie? That might be the thing they haven't done.
Yeah.
Which I mentioned when Hellebuck was available.
Was he, if he was available, that would have been a thing.
He probably wasn't. But that might be an idea they haven't done. It might be the only one. So unless you want to go do that, pick your favorite idea. What do you want? What do you want them to run it back with? I don't think there is a coach that's going to make me feel like they're going to turn things around. I don't know, especially one that's realistic. But who on earth, if John Cooper showed up tomorrow and said, I'm going to just coach the Buffalo Sabres, I want a new challenge. Okay, they'd probably be better. But what? I just think they're going to go from what they are, dead last in the East, to suddenly they're top 3 in the division. How much do we really think any coach would make?
Right, that's what I mean.
It's about the players for me. What
could they do? Not devote an offseason to signing, all due respect, your Beck Malensteins? You're not going to get better on the fourth line?
Right. Enough of that. Your third and fourth line, you want them to be better, but that's not going to be the fix right now. It's not going to be the fix, even if it is as good as they could be. You got to get more from your top players. So what could they do? What they're probably going to do, or what they could, I don't want to say probably, but there's so many Cousins rumors. What are they going to do? They're going to trade Cousins and Byram. Right? They're going to look for hockey trades. Dave Pagnotta from the fourth period, I saw writing about them the other day. They have no interest in picks and prospects. They're talking to teams about Cousins.
Good to not have interest in picks and prospects.
They're getting calls about Byram. But what's tough and what maybe, what he wrote is, even though they're very active in calling right now, is the reason you might want to bet against a trade is it's the trade that they want to make and need to make is kind of hard to accomplish. Even for the Sabres, it's even harder to accomplish because it's getting the player to agree to it, and you might have wonders about, does the GM have the trigger finger to do it? But you want to trade Dylan Cousins. You want to trade Bo Byram. Okay. But you want an upgrade? Who's looking for that trade from you right now? Yeah. Detroit is calling you saying, I'm interested in Dylan Cousins. And you're I want Lucas Raymond. What? It's the guy in your fantasy league. You're looking at their roster DK Metcalf looks pretty good. He's got a lot of receivers. Let me see if I can get DK Metcalf. And then you call him hey, what do you want for DK Metcalf? And his answer is Justin Jefferson. How do you? That's a tough guy to deal with, I think, right now. And I feel like that's kind of what Kevin Adams is around the league. Because that's the only trade that makes sense.
Yeah. 803-0550. If you want to make it about the Four Nations or about the Sabres, you can. 803-0550. A comment in the chat on YouTube. I appreciate this point. I also want to point out how, while feeling alive might not be as far away as we think, AC writes in, hard to compare a singular team to a team full of the best players in the league to figure out what they could do to make you feel alive again. But the reality is, if the Sabres just had Ottawa's season right now, we would feel alive. And granted,
100%.
Granted, is that 12 points away? It's pretty far away in the standings.
Yeah, 13.
But it is a pretty low bar. They just, of course, struggle to reach it. Dennis in Lockport is up next. Dennis, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show. Hey, the game last night, and actually just the whole series, I'll tell you what, that not being on one specific team, but watching really good hockey play, no matter who really got through that with the winner or loser out of this, I think they were both represented.
Nope, we lost Dennis.
Good game and a good series. And honestly, as for the Sabres, I think Pagula needs to start looking at this and saying, what does he really want with that team?
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Dennis. The hockey was great. Even in moments where it wasn't wide open, where the forechecking, the back checking, the defensive hockey, it was very much a game you could just appreciate everything that was being done.
Yeah.
And I would also say, Whatever. I have a thing where I love to compare a sport to a different sport, and it's probably stupid, but it felt like I was watching a game between two great Premier League teams where, in the Premier League, what you get is one team that's great attacking a team that wants to park the bus because they don't have the talent. That happens a lot. One team possesses the ball for 70% of the game. The other team just hopes to score on the counterattack. That happens a lot in the Premier League. But then you get two powerhouses, and they just go back and forth, and they throw haymakers at each other. Yeah. And that's what last night felt like. Nobody's out here thinking, let's play a good road period. Right. It wasn't just pucks to the net. It was legitimate great players trading haymakers back and forth. And that doesn't always mean, grade A scoring chances. It just means the talent, the skill was on full display on every shift.
Right. And I don't know that you can't pick up anything for the Sabres. I mean, I don't know what they do to get these things, but it's just you just got to have some of the best players in the world. You don't need all of them. It's not all-star hockey. You're not going to get all of them, but you need some of them. And, there's a 4-team tournament that takes place yesterday, and you had one player that really was in the tournament. Jokiharju made the team because of, injuries and because Finland just doesn't have defensemen. But in a tournament that is filled with the best players in the world, you didn't have anybody on the ice last night that plays for your hockey team. You had 2 guys that used to, and 3 guys, if you want to count the draft pick, Hagel, and you had Dahlin. That's it. In an entire tournament, you had 1 guy. So you just need... It's kind of like the Bills. You just need more of that. You need more star players. And I just don't feel like they are just going to go out and get them. Like why it's so down in the dumps for me right now with them is I'm not expecting them to do anything. Like I think the way they get, the only avenue they have to getting better is I'm just going to sit here, kick my feet up, and wait for just pray that Owen Power gets 3 times better. And that Zach Benson becomes a 60-point player, and that one of the 7,000 prospects from Rochester turns into a really good player, like Kulik is. I don't know what else you can do.
You really might be at that the kid that, whatever, who knows where they end up picking, but right now they're going to pick up the top 5. That a kid from Brampton turns out to be, the next great offensive dynamo.
And I don't believe that that's the right way to do it, or the most likely path to becoming a great team. I just think with all the circumstances around them, I don't know what else there is.
This is not quite let's get stupid, but should Josh Allen be an ambassador for them? Hey, jeez, let's send Josh. Josh, call this guy for, he's a free agent. I like it here.
I think Sabre fans are trying to get him to do that with Marner, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Because he's a Bills fan?
Paul in Buffalo. Hey, Paul.
Guys, Marner's the guy. You want to change the franchise, and this is way above Kevin Adams' pay grade. Terry Pegula needs to bribe Mitchell Marner this offseason. He's a free agent. Offer him money that no one else can. Offer him perks. Part of the reason the Mets got Juan Soto over the Yankees is they gave him every perk he could think of. They gave him security for his family. They gave him a box. They give him this. They give him that. Terry Pegula is a very rich man. You want to change the outlook on things, Terry? You want to fill your building? Bring in a legitimate superstar who pushes every winger in our team down a slot because he comes in and he's immediately our best winger, unquestioned. And not just stop with Mitchell Marner. Fill your damn team out with veteran NHL players so you're not playing a 20-year-old in your top 6. Instead of 3 22-year-old, 21-year-old, 20-year-old. We can't keep throwing the youngest team out there and expecting them to make the playoffs. It's not going to happen. Mitchell Marner comes in and makes us better. Retain Zucker, retain Greenway, extend Tuck. Stop depending on 20-year-old children to drag you to the playoffs. It's not going to happen. Guys, have a great show.
Thanks, Paul. Marner had a great game.
He did.
Marner had
a very good game.
Great 2 assists, great plays. Marner had a great game.
I just don't believe, though, they're going to be different in that way. I think they're going to be kids. I think they're going to be kids next year. I think, because unless there's a huge philosophical shift Or they find all those players that want to be willing to come here. I'd love to have Mitch Marner. I'm not believing for a second that he's going to sign an 8-year contract with the Buffalo Sabres this summer. Like, it seems insane to me to think that he would actually do that. You want to send Josh Allen to his house? Maybe that changes things.
Could it really? Could it really? This is where we are. Could it really work?
I mean, it might get you in the. It might get you in it might get you in the conversation, but no, it's not going to be the end all be all. Why he would do it, right?
Sounds like bulletin board material to me. You're telling Josh he can't do it? Watch him get that done. No, I don't know. I don't know if it would work.
Like what they're going to have more kids come up. Kulik's a rookie this year. Next year, like Oslund, I guess, is like point per game player in the AHL for the last month and a half. Like, that's a first round pick. Eventually he'll join, and then that's going to bring my average age back down. And I'm going to be right back to, guys, youngest team in the league. Like, they're just going to be in this endless cycle until finally, like, 5 of them turn into great players and we can stop this madness with, like, it's just the rookies that are going to be the difference. They have a rookie right now who's the number 1 center. Right? Like, he's doing great. Kulik's doing great. But
this gets to the point of if Tage is no longer in your center depth, then you might as well like start over again. You've lost Cousins, and if Tage is not a center, then your top 2 centers are what? Kulik and Constant.
I don't know that Thompson can play wing long term. Just because I think they need him to be a centerman. Unless they're going to get one. Again, but I can't go. You keep hearing I want to keep going back to unless they do this. But it's like I can't even speak another breath after that because I don't have any confidence that it's actually going to happen. Especially for like an important player. They traded a top 10 pick prospect away and they got a third-line center. Like, that's the deal that they make. And maybe you just want another one of those, and that's fine. And McLeod's not bad, but I don't know. I don't know where they go.
803-0550. It was a great tournament. I hope they bring a couple things out of it. The NHL has not been one to change much. Marty Baron pointed out last night, and I mean, you think I'm kidding, and it's not a bit. I'm not just yelling to yell. That there were no coaches' challenges the entire tournament.
Oh.
That's
right.
Not nothing. That's valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Was there a play that was offside? I don't know, and I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
They did not stop a game. They just kept going. They played the sport. No coaches' challenges. I'm sure the NHL won't see that and think that was good. But having home whites, you might see that. Getting color into arenas. There was a report that they might do that. They're looking into maybe exploring colored jerseys coming in again. Could you play color on color? Why can't we see blue against red?
Right.
This tournament was, every game that didn't involve Finland was color on color.
Yeah, it was.
Can I have that? When the Dallas Stars come here, can I get the Sabres black and red against the Stars green?
Yeah.
What's stopping anybody? Let's have some fun. The 3-2-1 point system, can I have that? Do they want 10 minutes of 3-on-3? I mean, when we talked yesterday with Mike Zeisberger of NHL.com about that idea, he said he didn't think the players would go for 3-on-3 overtime. It is not that big of an ask. Is it?
Right.
It's 5 more minutes of 3-on-3 instead of staying out there for shootouts. My guess is you'd actually get to the room faster. Games would end earlier.
Yeah.
You just kept going instead of stopping and rolling out for a shootout.
Coach submits their lineup, and then the refs go over and submit it, and now we're going, one after the other.
I don't know. Is 3-on-3 really that taxing for guys worried about getting injury or load management? I don't know. I don't think so. So I just wonder what the NHL comes out of this tournament with and thinking they can improve on. One side effect of this tournament, and this is baked in as I watched, P.K. Subban was on debating Stephen A. Smith about hockey. Like, this is how you know they made it. Here's P.K. Subban on First Things First. Hockey made it onto the yell shows, the shouty shows.
Right.
And hockey made the NBA kind of take a real hard look at itself in a way that maybe they haven't before. The NBA All-Star Game has been bad a lot. There's a reason it constantly changes formats.
Yeah.
But the NBA All-Star Game up against this tournament, granted, like the NHL has had bad All-Star games too, but it led the NBA to say, "Oof, what are we doing? We've got a big problem here because our players don't invest in this. They don't care." It kind of got to the conversation about, this is what PK Subban was getting at, was your league sits its stars, and hockey does not do that. And you could make a case to me if you want to that hockey should if it were smart, but there is no load management in the NHL. Connor McDavid plays 82 games.
Yeah.
If he's healthy. And I just wonder what comes out of the sports bubble that this was in when everybody kind of steps back and takes a look at what really happened.
Yeah. And I will continue to come back to just throw your flags on it, or you're just not if you don't do that, hasn't every league proven that like the era of an All-Star game is just over? It should just be over. They had their day and they were entertaining like before I was born, really, right? Like I saw Oscar Robertson talking about like when he played in All-Star games and how competitive they were and they were fun when Dr. J's playing and whatnot, but it's been long enough now that we just see that it doesn't work. And hey, if you want to have an event, you want to do what the Pro Bowl does, which is like not even a real football game anymore, like I guess have at it. But you could be doing something better. You could be doing something that's just international best on best. Like that's really all I think you can do anymore if you're one of these leagues. If you want to have an event like that, that's the only way you're going to get it. You can offer the players money. You can offer them a different format. You can do whatever you want. We've got, like, how long? 15 years of sample size to tell us that in every single sport, these guys just aren't going to care about it. Yeah. Even if they're hockey players.
Right.
Kucherov last year. You're not, even the hockey players aren't going to care about it. If it's Eastern Conference against Western Conference.
Well,
Team Chuck against Team Shaq, or whoever, Team Chara against Lidstrom. That happens.
I think there's a natural All-Star game thing where the more gimmicky you make the game, the more the players realize, like, yeah, all right, I don't have to take this seriously.
Right, yeah. That's a good point.
If the format is a gimmick, you're not going to get hardcore competitiveness in, that format.
Dress it all up in patriotism. It's the only way you can do it.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe and WGR. Canada wins. Bro. Stinks.
Yeah. I've got some fantasy football stuff to do a little bit later on today.
Yeah?
We're doing voting in our league that we've been doing 15 years on rule proposal changes. Do you want to hear the one that's got everyone mad at me because it's really bad?
You've proposed a
I have
rule
one
change?
rule, just like, I thought it'd be fun. Like, try it out. I don't think I've ever seen a league that's done this. Cut line. Instead of top 6 make the playoffs, just, 8 wins. Everyone above 8 wins, you get entry. And then we'll figure out we can lay it out. We can create, figure out like if there's 5, what it would look like. If there's 4, what it would look like. Maybe you have a 2-week championship in some different leagues. But whatever we figure out after, like what the format would be based on how many teams make it. The concept is your fantasy league is how many teams make the playoffs decided on the cut line. How many made it? You don't get in with a losing record.
Yeah. I mean, how often do people get in with losing records?
Or even a 500 record or something.
12-team league?
14.
Okay.
14.
I don't hate it.
Yeah?
I don't hate it.
It's like a golf cut line.
Yeah, you got to get whatever number. You put your number up, and then you would have a playoff format for 5 teams, 6 teams, 7 teams, 8 teams, 9 teams.
And you can figure that out.
Yeah.
You'd probably never have 9 or more, but even if you did.
But if you did, there's a format for that.
Yeah.
9 teams in 3 weeks. Could you? Yeah, you could do
Have
that.
you ever heard of I don't think there's a fantasy league like that out there.
No.
That I've seen.
No, I don't hate it. People are mad at you about that?
It's like we're getting too cute now with the league.
No,
it's like the NBA with all their all-star play to 40, maybe. Like just you're going too far.
Yeah. 803-0550. On the quarterback carousel in the NFL, Matthew Stafford, Aaron Rodgers, and a place that it feels like the league wants him to go. Got the latest from Rodgers because he's talking about what he would want to consider. We'll get that in. Combine is approaching next week. The Combine from Indianapolis and maybe some Myles Garrett movement at that point. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring if you want. 803-0550 on WGR.
Canada wins the Four Nations Faceoff in overtime over the U.S. 3-2 last night. Connor McDavid scoring the game-winning goal in overtime. Austin Matthews was robbed by Jordan Binnington several times shortly before that. The next best-on-best tournament will be the Olympics next year in Milan, Italy in 2026. To football. Zach Martin, longtime Cowboys offensive guard, 7-time first-team All-Pro, is retiring from the NFL after 11 years. In the NBA, Victor Wembanyama is going to be out for the remainder of the regular season. The young star for San Antonio has a blood clot in his shoulder. And skipped over, the Sabres will be in action tomorrow. They're back at it against the Rangers, 5:30 puck drop at KeyBank Center. We'll have pregame starting at 4:30 here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Look, I think at this point in Aaron Rodgers' career, he doesn't need to go into an organization where he can call all the shots. And he can just say, I want you to bring in this receiver. I want you to bring in this OC. I want you to bring in this quarterback coach. I want you to bring in this offensive tackle. That's just not going to work. He's already tried that. He needs to just play quarterback, which he does as well as anybody in the history of the game has ever played it. He needs to go somewhere where people are going to tell him, hey, look, we'll handle building the team. We'll handle constructing the offense. And then we're going to try and build this thing. And we're going to try and make it such that we accentuate, your positive, try to hide some of your negatives, try to hide some of your decline. But we still think you can take us to a high level of play and have us reach some of our goals. Yeah, I think the Rams could be that kind of team for him.
Louis Riddick on Aaron Rodgers, who may play, may not.
He says all that like, oh, he doesn't need to have all this, call the shots. He doesn't need his own guy.
He just wants to, right?
He's going to want it. You think he's just going to change magically on a dime like that? Maybe, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah.
I think he's going to want his guys if he were to go anywhere.
Rodgers was leaving a workout in California, was asked if he'd like to return to his home state to play football. He's in California, and TMZ got this video. A TMZ reporter asked, would you want to play in California? And he said, warm weather, was asked. He noted the sunny, warm weather before being asked what he'd look for in a new team. And he said, if they want you, if they've got a good team. So he wants to go to a contender, and you'd have to ask yourself, what contender thinks they're Aaron Rodgers away from saving the GM's job? Is that really what you do here? He's going to play for what? One more year? Try to make a playoff appearance? He was not horrendous. Yeah. He was not horrendous at the end of last year. But, again, it's another year added. And if you go and replace Matthew Stafford, okay. If Stafford leaves the Rams and they go for Aaron Rodgers, that to me is a very odd choice for the Rams. But they could land there.
I'm looking at the list of contenders. Teams that at least made the playoffs last year. And Tampa, no. Denver, no. Pittsburgh, we've talked about maybe Tomlin gets there. Chargers, no. Packers, no. Texans, no. Rams is the one that we've also mentioned, if they were to trade Stafford. But that's such a lateral move. Baltimore, Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, Kansas City, Philly, all no. The one other team that I skipped over there on purpose, is it impossible he could take the exact same path as Brett Favre?
Minnesota?
No. Because are they just, is McCarthy even going to be healthy? Do they know by the start of the year? Because, the Darnold thing is more about, do we want to commit all that money for years and years to him? What about the beginning of the year? Do they need a guy? Do they need something that's a veteran to get them through the beginning of the season potentially, as a bridge guy? This is McCarthy's rookie year, and he's also coming off the knee. So, but that again, that's the best you're going to do. Is I think, hey, come here, and you need to know that middle of the season we're going to want to get him in. At some point we're going to want to put the kid in. I find it hard to believe he finds a good team, or really any team, that's willing to make him the starter without that kind of side deal. Like, you can be the starter, but you need to know, like, there's a kid right behind you that's ready to play at any point.
Yeah, McCarthy is, he had a knee injury that was not supposed to be bad, and then it was bad, and then he missed the year.
He had to go back for, like, a second surgery, and there was, like, infection stuff, so it got a little more complicated, I think, with his injury.
Pittsburgh is the place I see a lot of people suggesting he should go, which would be, probably a pretty good marriage. Tomlin and Rodgers. They would be on primetime 13 times. Pittsburgh would get to primetime 13 times with Tomlin and Rodgers. I know that's more than you're allowed.
Well, they get flexed out when they were 5-7 in the middle of the season, I think.
803-0550. The Four Nations wraps up with Connor McDavid getting the golden goal. Right now on ESPN's Get Up, and PK Subban's on, and they're asking, can the NHL sustain the momentum from this? My yes answer comes with a yes, kind of. It wouldn't shock me if this year's Stanley Cup ratings are final, like not just final, but playoffs. Mm-hmm. Playoff ratings will be up. If you rolled right from this into playoff hockey, I think you might get a really good boost. But instead of that, what am I going to do? I've got Saturday afternoon Minnesota, Detroit.
Yeah.
It's just a game in the fog of millions of games. And maybe I am a fringe hockey fan that really got into this tournament because of the storylines, but I don't have those storylines in the NHL regular season. I just don't have it. They're just playing games. Playoff series, I think maybe what the Four Nations does is it, scratches an itch, and in a month or two, there's a Colorado game against Winnipeg, and I'm thinking, you know what? Yeah, I'm in the mood for a really high-paced, really fun hockey game because I just got a good dose of that in the Four Nations. I don't know. I don't know how you really ride the momentum of this into Blues Blackhawks.
Yeah, I just don't expect that they will. I don't know, like a massive difference, or people caring that much more. Like, again, maybe for a couple days they'll get a little bit of a boost, and maybe a Sabre fan will want to watch one of those out-of-town games more than they did before the tournament. But I just think it'll wear off and we'll be right back where we were, which is the regular season games are just kind of there, right? Unless, you'll get your playoff races down the stretch. And the Stanley Cup playoffs already has all that, we've been talking about for 2 weeks. Especially the first and second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. They're intense. They're as good a watch as there is. So who are they? Are they trying to capture more of the casual fan in that they didn't have before into that? All right, but I think that their playoffs already have a reputation for being as good as what we just saw over the last 2 weeks. That's not unknown or unheard of, I think, to sports fans, is how good the playoffs are. Just getting people to care about your regular season. And I don't know. I don't think they have it in them, honestly, to get that much care level about their regular season.
Well, playoff races help, and
the thing people will care about the most is going to be Ovechkin.
Yeah, that's probably right.
It's going to be the Ovechkin chase.
The Ovechkin race is back on.
Yeah, that's unique to this season. But that is something that'll get everybody in, right? Give me a record, and that is where the other sports can give you more storylines like that once in a while. In the NBA, there's been record chases. Maybe not LeBron had the all-time point chase recently. Steph broke the all-time 3-point record. Durant broke a record recently. Football, you see records broken all the time. That's only one small element. But regular season games can be made more meaningful if you've got stars that are chasing down history. And that's actually something that never happens in hockey. You never see that. Why? Because there was 10 times more scoring in the 80s. So none of those records are really breakable. This is the one-off, maybe, that Ovechkin is drawing extra attention to the NHL regular season because he's doing something that you see with Tom Brady and Drew Brees in football, or you saw with LeBron, is, Aaron Judge going for a record. I've got a guy chasing something. Sweet. You never get that in the NHL. You never get What was Judge wasn't even the real home run record. It was the AL one.
It was the Yankee, and then it was the AL. Yeah,
but like you don't get the so and so Matthews is chasing down Gretzky's goal record. That's a storyline to watch in the NHL regular season. You should tune in to Leafs Red Wings tonight because the goal to beat is 92. He's never in a million years gonna beat it. No one will. So again, that's only a small part of it, but I think that's one thing why they'll just never get there.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. You mentioned Gretzky. Gretzky and Eruzione, the two ambassadors.
One wearing a full three-piece suit and the other wearing...
Johnny Gaudreau.
It was a Johnny Gaudreau jersey, right?
Yep.
But it was funny to see Eruzione just in like a hockey jersey and then Gretzky like all...
in a tie.
Yeah, yeah.
If not Eruzione, who was the next great American hockey ambassador?
My buddies we were debating who it was going to be, and I think we all it's going to be Eruzione. The other,
if not him, who
names mentioned were Keith Tkachuk, because his sons were out there, and he's a U.S. legend, isn't he?
Like if Mike Eruzione is not available, who's the U.S. call? Is there an obvious answer here?
Mike Modano.
Mike Modano. Said that like Mike Modano was a bad hockey player. He's great.
Yeah.
Patrick Kane. Patrick Kane.
It's not a bad answer.
Isn't he their all-time scorer?
It's Brett Hull. Brett Hull has the most points.
Wasn't there a thing with Brett Hull with like dual citizenship? And Canada got really mad at him that he decided to play for the U.S.
Okay.
That sounds right. Like, you're not going to do, like, Roenick, right?
No. Jay in Hamilton. Hey, Jay, good morning.
Hey, guys. I know you're up against it quick. This was an amazing 2-week tournament. More than I ever thought I would have got out of it when the first puck dropped in Montreal against Sweden. It was amazing. And I've been missing that kind of hockey for so long. So here's what I'm thinking. There's so much the NHL can do, and we've all talked about this ad nauseum, but I've been on this kick for a long time, which I'll be honest with you, has kind of moved me to why I don't watch the regular season much at all like I used to. If they want to give these players to give a crap about any kind of game in mid or late January or early or mid-February, you've got to finally change the point structure. You've got to give these guys something to play for during these doldrums of the season when you have 3 points on the line. If you're the Sabres and you've got a 5-game stretch thing that Lindy's kind of come up with, how many points you want to get in 5-game segments. If you know you've got 3-point wins on the table each time, imagine how those players might react to those wins if they say, well, instead of getting 2, if we got 3, that's 9 points, and you do all the math.
Yep.
And I think the NHL really has to be innovative like that. And I'll say here, if the NHL really wants to be something more than it is, it has to really become way more innovative and try some of this new stuff and get people interested. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jay. I mean, I've been a champion of the 3-2-1 point system for decades, and it would improve a lot of things. It would be better. It would be better for the standings. It would be better for the playoff races. It would be better for third periods. It would be better for the Sabres play tonight and they're chasing the Islanders. And if the Sabres get 3 and the Islanders and their out-of-town scoreboard get none or even lose in overtime, it would just be a massive improvement. And that the NHL has dragged its feet and not done it in the interest of keeping the standings close it has never made sense. The fact that they used it in this tournament is probably just for the purpose of tiebreakers. Okay. But a 3-2-1 point system, and don't allow coaches to challenge. There is your better future. I'm serious. Get rid of challenges. 3-2-1 point system. Get rid of challenges. Bring the pace to the game back. The game is fast now. The thing that slows games down is 8-minute iPad reviews. And there were none of them in this tournament. And that is nothing. Not a single coach's challenge in this tournament. So none for goaltender interference. None for offside. Soon the NHL is going to allow you to challenge the puck over the glass. Great. We need that. Need that to be challenged, right?
No, I'm not challenging that. That's easy, isn't it?
Just, again, don't challenge anything. Never stop this game from being played. Just go play. Full speed all the time. Anyway, all right. Thanks, Jay. 803-0550, break time. And Mike Catalano, we're talking a little bit on the Amherst, and then, combine prep, Bills off-season prep. We'll talk with Mike Catalano coming up 8 o'clock here on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for Roswell Park. It is past Valentine's Day, but it is still the season of love. Time for hearts, flowers, showing how much we care. But love isn't just about romantic gestures. It's also about doing something for the community. It's about helping those in need. And right here in Buffalo at Roswell Park, there is a critical need for something truly life-giving, blood and platelet donations. Roswell Park's Donor Center is calling on you to share your love this February by giving the gift of life. Every pint of blood, every platelet donation will stay right in Buffalo, supporting patients at Roswell Park as they fight cancer. Your donation directly impacts the lives of your neighbors. Maybe it's a friend or family. Small act of generosity, little bit out of your day can make an enormous difference in someone's battle against cancer. Visit roswellpark.org. You can schedule your blood or platelet donation there, or you can call the Donor Center directly at 1-800-ROSWELL. That's 1-800-ROSWELL. Give the gift of life. Give blood, give platelets, give love at the Donor Center at Roswell Park. Brandon Hagel has tweeted out a screenshot of his final message in his Team Canada group chat. Because he went back and forth with the Kachucks and others, right? Like, we don't need a group chat.
Oh, okay. So this tournament's official where we got rid of bulletin board material and we went to group chat material.
Yeah, group chat material.
Put it in the group chat.
So he just put a Canadian. All he did was write a Canadian flag in the group chat. Sick burn. More importantly, in the corner, Brandon Hagel, fellow organized chaos fiend with 227 missed text messages.
But that might just be because they won the gold and friends congratulated him.
Everyone in the world probably texted him
he might not be walking around with 220 notifications like you are.
Crap,
and you did not win a gold medal last night.
Dang, he's 100% right.
Also on Brandon Hagel,
that's all that is.
Just to be clear, Brandon Hagel, former Sabre draft pick, who said the Kachucks did it for the cameras.
Yeah.
He then screenshotted his own group chat and posted it to social media.
Yeah.
Okay. Might want to get your story straight there, buddy. Are you doing it for the cameras? It feels like you're doing it for the cameras.
Right.
It's fine.
Doing it for the Insta, I guess, is different than doing it for the cameras.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Doing it for the socials. Mike Catalan is going to join us when we get back. Buffalo Plus, WHAM, talk a little bit about the Amherst, who are going to have a playoff run here.
They're in first place.
Yeah, but also combine preview, Bills offseason preview. I'm starting to put together some free agent ideas of the day. The Milton Williams comparisons are worth looking into on the kind of player that he is. He's going to get a big payday. The Eagles defensive tackle, he had a big Super Bowl. Anyway, some ideas out there. We'll talk to Mike Catalana coming up. A little bit of Bills. See what he thought about last night's game as well. It's Jeremy and Joe. Congratulations to Canada and Connor McDavid, who scored the golden goal. Of course he did. You can join us if you'd like here on WGR.
Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for Clinton Collision. If your car has taken any kind of hit, trust the pros over at Clinton Collision, whether it is a big fender bender, maybe you got a giant dent in your car. I saw videos, the weather the way it is right now, it's slippery and it's windy. It's a road grocery cart just going a million miles an hour. You know, something like that happens, head over to Clinton Collision. Family-owned business. They've been serving Buffalo for over 70 years, earning trust by treating customers just like family. From all those, scratches you need to, but of course the major repairs, handling that. Clinton Collision on Clinton Street in Buffalo is the team that I trust, and so should you. Book your free estimate. Call 716-823-2000, or you can visit ClintonCollision.com. Be sure to tell them that Sneaky Joe sent you. Get to some more hockey coming up here. The Canadians win the Four Nations Faceoff. Connor McDavid scores on Connor Hellebuck in overtime to beat the U.S. 3-2 is the final. Another best-on-best win for Canada. The next tournament, of course, for that will be the Olympics next year in Milan, Italy in 2026. The NHL gets back to action this weekend. Sabres will be at it tomorrow, 5:30 against the New York Rangers at KeyBank Center. We'll see if the Rangers are going to be missing a couple bodies because Chris Kreider, Vincent Trocheck, Adam Fox, all playing for the U.S. yesterday. Whether or not they re-enter the lineup that quickly might feel like a lot. To football, Zach Martin, longtime Cowboys offensive lineman, 7-time first-team All-Pro, is retiring from the NFL after 11 seasons. And in the NBA, Spurs star Victor Wembanyama out for the season, the regular season at least. He is dealing with a blood clot in his shoulder. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Centering pass, McDavid scores! Connor McDavid wins it for Canada!
The golden goal scored by Connor McDavid in overtime to lift Canada past Team USA in the Four Nations. Taking your calls on the tournament, the NHL, all that good stuff, the momentum. What you thought of it? Anything you want to throw our way? It's a Friday. We're wide open. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Thanks for being with us. Snowy, cold, but a little bit of a warming trend on the way in the next week or so. Joining us on the Wester Hotline as we chat a little hockey, a little football, and get to the Bills' off-season plans as well. Mike Catalana, friend of the show, Buffalo Plus YouTube sports director, WHAM in Rochester. Mike, good morning. How'd you enjoy the game last night? Did you stay up?
Oh, yeah, I was worked in. It was great. It was a great game. I love seeing people get so engaged. And, you got overtime. You got, I guess you'd call it a golden goal. Great hockey.
Yeah. The million-dollar question is, can hockey sustain the momentum? And I don't know what the easy answer is to that. It definitely did good for the game, and it might not be the kind of thing we can tangibly point to, but it did good for the game. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Good for the game. There will be no momentum. I don't want to be that guy, but it's the honest truth. It does nothing for the NHL longer term. And this is what gets to me. There's no casual fans. These sports obsessed with casual fans. The NFL gets casual fans. The other sports don't as much anymore. People have way more choices. There won't be momentum. You know what it reminds me of, guys? I will tell you this. The U.S. women's soccer team was awesome. It was big in Rochester because of Abby Wambach. She was great. It's nationalism. It's the U.S. versus the world and all those things. People tuned in. Great numbers.
Yeah, the Olympics. Yeah. Every couple of years, the Olympics, we find a new love affair with a sport, right, for like a 2-week period.
Now, No, what I was going to say is I think it might reengage some hockey fans.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because, whether your team stinks or you just have been tuned out for a little bit and you watch the best of the best, it might make you go, I want to watch a little more of this because I'm already a hockey fan. But, I just, and I don't want to be that guy, but I want hockey to be better for hockey fans. I just don't see it stretching out where all of a sudden everybody wants to watch, the Rangers and the Caps on a Tuesday night. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Right. I wonder if it could just be like a local thing here even, because this hockey market is basically dormant, here because of the Sabres. But, it does get turned up for the playoffs, I would say, around here, and maybe this year it just happens a little bit earlier. But I wouldn't expand that to like the whole country.
Yeah, because we have a lot of hockey fans, right? And people are dying for a team that they're engaged with and they have hope with. And I do think that would help because, you're already thinking about how the playoffs are going to come up, who's making a run. You will watch. And I do think in that way this helps. Come down to Rochester. You can watch some playoffs.
I was going to say, can they trick everyone into thinking that they're actually Team USA? Like, they don't have to change their jerseys and colors too much.
Yeah, right. They're already the Americans. No, hey, look, we're looking forward to the playoffs here. And I know it's not the same. obviously. These are young players with a mix of other people. But honestly, the expectation over the last few years is back. It's the playoffs. This team is good. They do have a culture, which I know is hard to build in the minor leagues, but guys walk into that room expecting to win. This team has won. And look, new coach, we picked up where Seth Appert left off, and this team just is fun to watch. And like I said, there's an expectation in the room that they're going to win. It's nothing like the NHL in a sense of building a team, but it is fun to watch, and they have the number one record in the AHL.
I was just going to say, most points in the AHL, the Amherst right now. So there will be a playoff run. And, Mike, how many players should Sabres fans even bother paying attention to? I mean, Devin Levi is a big part of that. For me, he's the number one guy I'd be paying attention to because I've got to find a way for the Sabres to eventually be good. And while they signed Luukkonen because he had a good season, I don't know, Levi's ascension to possibly being elite is still something I'm dreaming of, and he's having great success in Rochester when he's down there.
I give him credit. He's bought in. He's been there with him. He's played really well. And we've seen this here before, right? I've been here a long time with this team. And we've seen, Marty do it and Ryan Miller, right? Goalies that you're like, hey, this guy has had a run with this team in the playoffs. And I think it's extremely helpful for their development. And I think for fans, that's probably the easiest thing to catch on to is watching the goaltender. I mean, his numbers are great. And again, he's a younger player, but he came into Rochester like, okay, I'm here. I'm going to play. And sometimes that doesn't happen, the truth is. But I give Levi a lot of credit. And then, Rosé, and obviously you've seen a little bit of him. He's one of those guys that just I shouldn't say he's not better than the league, but he's kind of better than the league. And it's just a matter of when he becomes a full-time player up there. You've seen it from Kulich. It takes a little bit of time, but these guys have a lot of talent. So I'd say certainly Rosén is one of those guys too.
Do you feel like the right attitude to take on Levi is, don't, if you're a Sabre fan more so, I think, than an Amherst fan for this, that don't worry about what he has kind of struggled with in the NHL for the last couple of years because he's still only 23, and a lot of goalies have not made the NHL by that age. Most haven't. So, I don't see a ton of this, but you do see a little of, I'm not really worried about what he's doing in the AHL. He's already showed me he's not that good in the NHL. I would want to take what he's doing down there as meaningful and almost whenever he shows back up, almost like Bulldog had this take on Twitter, clean slate whenever he shows back up, and what's happening down there is meaningful.
No question about it. And it's the idea of playing, and that's why I love the playoff series for these guys, because it is going maybe an overtime game and then having to come back and to play well, and a team sees you over and over again. I think it tests the player. And look, yes, he got those opportunities early. Playing in Buffalo. It's not exactly like he walked into this great team and he wasn't, he probably wasn't ready for the moment. All of this stuff helps him. Age is not a factor here. And if you're him, you are proving to the Sabres and you're proving to all of hockey that you can play, and he'll get opportunities at some point. I think he'll be a different player the next time he's with Buffalo in a long-term situation.
Is he the biggest difference for you between Amherst's playoff teams of recent years and this year? The idea that he maybe could just get hot and stay hot, and that's how they could go all the way? No question.
And when you play, in this league, there's teams like Hershey, and they have really invested in the veteran players. I mean, there have been times, there's a lot of kids playing on this team. You see, 18 and 19-year-olds, and they're playing against men a lot of times, and they invest. But if you have a goaltender, and I think that's, the one year when UPL wasn't healthy and he couldn't play, but they were hoping to get him back, you really do need that. You absolutely need that to make it more of a run where you just keep playing all the way into the spring. And I think they're pretty hopeful that that'll be the guy this year.
Mike Catalana joining us on the Western Hotline to chat a little bit about the Amherst, but also on the Bills and the offseason as we start to look towards the combine and who gets paid and how things should go from here. Mike, I've kind of got it in my head right now that Brandon Beane and the Bills should really, in the next 3 seasons, I mean, you want to make it 3 or 4 or whatever, all in on a level that they've never done before. We played a clip the other day of Bean talking about how he never wants to get to a spot where you have to strip it down when you have Josh Allen. And I think he might want to do that. Allen is 29 years old, and it feels to me like it's a time now to really go as far as you possibly can, backloading money, to hell with the cap, to hell with responsibility, trading picks. They are close, and I feel like they should treat it like they are close.
Yeah, I mean, look, I do think they would need a big move, multiple big moves, and I think I think we maybe would all agree that I think there should be one on the offensive side. I mean, it's nice to go into a season. It's comforting to go into a season where you're pretty good on the O-line and you have a great quarterback, right? But give him something more. And for what he did last year with, as pretty marginal group of wide receivers, some talent, but I mean, come on, he's throwing deep to Mac Hollins. We all know that. Give him that. But in order for that to work, you need more on defense. I mean, you see it. You see it around the league. You need impactful players. We always talk about it on our channel. You need more dudes than guys. They need more dudes on that team, especially on the defensive side. So look, you want to make a play. You want to go try to get Myles Garrett. Is that considered all in, depending on what you're trading? I guess. I mean, part of that issue is when you go all in and you spend some money on guys, it's nice to have young players who step into roles, right? And, they haven't had that as much as they probably would have liked, certainly at the number one guys. So I do think there's a combination there. You got to hit on the picks. But I'm with you on a sense of saying we've been in Allen's prime. That prime's going to continue, but you just absolutely need help.
If Garrett isn't the move, do you feel like Bean's still going to be ultra aggressive, even if he doesn't shake loose? Like, it will be dependent on how many, star players are available. But can you foresee an offseason where they don't really make some sort of splash that gets people excited?
Well, then they better hit on the draft, right? Because I mean, when you look, you say, look, you watched the defense. Like it's got to be more impactful. And so I heard you guys mention Milton Williams, who's a really good player. Now, it's nice lining up next to Jalen Carter, so that helps you. But that guy made plays all the time, and now he's going to get paid. And he's the type of player that will likely get overpaid. And he's not going to give Bills fans the same sense as you just brought in, Myles Garrett, right? Because he isn't close to the resume that player has had. But that's the kind of move you make, and you spend some money there, and I do believe that guy can be an impactful player. But now, I mean, the Eagles have been getting him at this rookie deal, and now somebody's going to pay him $20 million a year.
Yeah.
So you do have to weigh those two things together. But I think you need to do that. I think we all look at all these pass rushers and say, which guy is going to pop loose? Which team's going to trade him? I think Cleveland's going to trade Myles Garrett. I think they're kidding themselves if they don't think that's eventually going to happen. But I wonder how many teams are jumping in. And then even in that case, do the Bills have the ammunition to get them when you're picking 30th, depending on which teams want to give up picks for them?
You mentioned that we mentioned Milton Williams. I was looking into his player profile and found it really interesting. He profiles a little bit like Ed Oliver in that he's better against the pass than against the run. PFF, Pro Football Focus, graded Milton Williams as the number one interior pass rusher in the NFL. Better than Chris Jones against the pass. But against the run, he's kind of pretty bad at it. So, it gets me to what the Bills would do with their rotations, with specialists. It's the kind of thing where that guy as a rookie is great, or on a rookie deal is great, but $20 million to be a liability against the run, I wonder how much the Bills would value that kind of stuff. So it's not an easy job piecing it together, figuring out what they are going to want to do, what they can do, and that to me is where Garrett is. That's why you pay the big price for Garrett, right, Mike? Like, what you're getting. You're getting a guy that produces wherever you put him. He produces through double teams. He produces no matter who he's next to. So people talk about the big trade for Garrett like a gamble. Reality, signing Josh Sweat or Milton Williams or one of these other guys, that's a gamble in itself.
No question. And when you look at Myles Garrett's numbers, they're almost comical. The amount of games he's played, the numbers he puts up, there's no break there. I mean, it is what he does. And let's also be honest, he's been doing it with an awful franchise that has had all kinds of issues, and the guy just goes out. And I think it was at the Super Bowl, they were asking a bunch of players, the offensive linemen, like, who's the guy? Every single one of them that I saw made Myles Garrett the number one guy. Like, we are talking about the best of the best here, still at an age. You know, I know there's easy comparisons. You look at Vaughn with Vaughn's history, but obviously he was older. He had an injury. He was going from the short time with the Rams. Very different players. When you look at where you're getting him, it would be like getting Von Miller 4 years before. So, no, hey, listen, you can make a move and get Myles Garrett, automatically you have an impact player who makes everybody on that line better. I just wonder, sitting there with the 30th pick, again, depends. I personally don't believe – I hear people mention, like, New England and these teams. Like, why would they be making a play for Myles Garrett? I look at it, I think, with draft capital. You got nothing. You're building with maybe a quarterback and going forward. I think it's the good teams, and it's just a matter of what kind of package they can put together for Cleveland, but I absolutely believe the Bills should be in on it.
Chatting with Mike Catalana of Buffalo Plus on YouTube and WHAM. How about James Cook, Mike, before we go? Should the Bills worry about it? Like, there's do you want to sign him? Do you want to be proactive, sign him now to an extension? He's out there saying he wants $15 million a year, which kind of brings this conversation to the forefront. He gets people talking about it. Do you think Brandon Beane and the Bills should be concerned about it right about now?
No. And first of all, I want to say to James, I think he's a really good player. I think he helped the Bills a ton. This is not the time to make that noise before the draft and before free agency in terms of how much money. Wait a little bit. Have a little more leverage. You and I know he's not getting $15 million a year. I mean, that's not happening. Hey, might as well shoot for the moon and see what's out there. I don't think it's giving them one bit of pause at the moment. He's a running back. He's a very good one. But, I mean, it's a big leap from what he did on this team with Josh Allen as the quarterback and to what you saw Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley do, right? The guys who were at the top of the food chain here. I think a lot of players would do well with Josh Allen next to them. I think he showed moments when we talk about dudes, not just guys. He definitely showed moments of that. But, I look at position value and what's out there in the league, and I prioritize some of these other guys like Christian Benford ahead of him. I think you need a corner. This defense needs players, and I think in terms of what you're going to do long term, I look at those players, and he certainly isn't at the top of the list of the guys going into the final year for me.
Would he be at the bottom of the list? The list, like Rousseau, Shakir, and Bernard are the others that they could pay. Like, would Cook be at the bottom of your list for that?
Position-wise, he is, to me. Mm-hmm. I mean, listen, and I know the running back has had this resurgence, but I also look on the open market and say, like, okay, if he's on the open market today, how much money are you getting, and what moment are you worried about it? I would prioritize other players. If he's not at the bottom, he's in the lower half, I would say just because of position and position value. And I think teams believe, again, there's the exceptional players, but I don't think he's there yet. And I don't know if they're going to be paying for that with all the other things they need to take care of.
Mike Catalana of Buffalo Plus on YouTube. You can subscribe, get all the stuff there. Mike, I don't know if you know this, we're on YouTube now too, so I know. It's just two tired guys in the morning that they put cameras in our faces.
Listen, I listen to you guys all the time. I watch when I can, when I'm not listening. I will have to say, Jeremy, I got to give you a little bit of a hard time with something.
Uh-oh.
You were a little tough on Philly fans. Now listen, I grew up down there. I know the feeling, and I think they're feeling themselves a little bit now with the championship, a couple of Super Bowls and all, but a little tough on them.
Maybe.
They're playing the Chiefs.
That's right. I forgave Philly fans for the way that Super Bowl went. It might be my favorite Super Bowl I've ever watched. It was.
Well, it is funny. Like, my wife was laughing. She goes, "You put on the Super Bowl?" And I go, "It's one of those games where there's basically not a bad play for the Eagles in the entire game. Yeah. I mean, like, when it was a game, so." It just was one of those days. So I'm just giving you a little bit of a hard time. Philly fans have had it rough for a lot of things.
Yeah.
and some they've caused themselves. But that was a pretty sweet day.
Well, I'm getting older. I'm getting into my bitter phase, which comes before I then kind of, soften up and become nice again. So that's
if you were in your bitter phase, you'd fit right in with Philly fans.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
All right, guys.
Mike Kettle on a Buffalo Plus on YouTube. You can subscribe, of course, and check out the stuff they do. He and Dan and Jenna, they do great work there, and WHM in Rochester as well. We usually chat around, training camp, and we'll talk again. July is golf season, Rochester golf season, and training camp.
Can't wait for Rochester golf season. When has Philly had it tough?
When has Philly had it tough?
I mean, they always. I don't know. The Eagles have been good almost my entire life.
Yeah.
The Phillies have won World Series. The Sixers have been playoff good, but
the Sixers are in purgatory. They have been for a while.
I mean, they were in the finals, weren't they, with Iverson?
They were. It's a long time ago.
I'm not saying they're not Boston. They're not winning every single year.
The Flyers,
they've done fine.
I think
the Flyers were good my entire life. They've only been recently kind of not good, right?
It's been a little.
Were the Flyers good for 50 years in a row? At least good. Were they ever terrible until the last 3 seasons?
That's a good question.
They're just obnoxious.
Hey, I'm not mad about Eagles fans. I'm happy for them winning that game. The Super Bowl was amazing. It's beautiful.
Well, I'm glad the Eagles won. Yeah, I don't know. If I were ranking fan bases, I would feel good for winning the Super Bowl. I don't think they would be in my top 25.
Okay, that might be right. Who'd be number 1?
That isn't the Bills, probably.
Yeah, well, the fan base you'd be the most happy if they won the Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, Detroit came right to my mind immediately. Well, don't I want to? I am more I want to share it. I don't want anybody to have to experience what I've had to, which is, I'm not going to be mad if you win your first one before I win my first one. So who's the fan base that hasn't won anything? Any sport? Is there one out there?
I've got an idea for this.
That would exist in football.
Yes.
Vancouver doesn't have a football team.
Ready? The Vikings.
Minnesota.
The Twins won the World Series in the early 90s.
Okay.
And other than that,
that's it.
What do they got? The T-Wolves.
They're like the worst NBA franchise ever.
The Wild.
No. The Vikings.
I'd be happy for Vikings fans. Vikings fans. I mean, the Vikings have had legendary losses, horrible losses.
Yeah, they lost 4 Super Bowls.
Brett Favre threw them out of a Super Bowl in New Orleans.
Right.
That happened. The doinks, the double doinks.
Yep.
And you had the Minnesota Miracle, but then, went on to lose.
That was in the divisional round.
Yep. The Vikings.
All right, yeah. I like that. Minnesota.
But here's where a Bills fan jumps in and says you can't say Vikings. They've lost 4 Super Bowls, and if they go in and they win, then the Bills are the only team with 4 Super Bowls.
Whatever.
I know.
Oh, my goodness.
I know.
They lost their 4 when? In the 70s?
It's like living in an almanac when you do that.
Just
whatever.
I've decided I don't care about anything that happened before HD anymore.
HD TVs?
Although that's the entire Sabres playoff history, so maybe I should make an exception.
The Sabres have not played a playoff game in HD?
Okay, wait. They have, but I think I went back to find this. They had HD, but when they would go to, I think this is right, when they would go to the behind the net angle, then it wasn't HD, and the 2 Stanley Cups on the 2 sidebars would pop up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the main
letterbox
feed was in HD, but then they would switch to that behind the net cam, and then it wasn't in HD.
I can picture this in my head right now.
Yeah,
me too. It's a vivid memory.
It also was on Versus.
Hunter tweets in, Buffalo, Salt Lake, Charlotte, and Nashville are the only multi-team cities without a championship in the Big Four.
Okay.
So that's the Jazz.
Salt Lake. Okay, if we're doing this, though, for football, if we could do this for anything. Yeah, the Jazz.
And Salt Lake got a second team a minute ago.
Yeah, so okay.
I don't want to count them.
Yeah, no.
So Charlotte and Nashville,
though. I mean, I like Nashville as a city. Titans fans have drove me nuts over the years at times, though.
You can't possibly say you'd feel good for Titans fans.
No, they let's never forget that they bought votes in a Twitter poll so they could win a contest. Yeah, no, I can't.
Predators fans are okay though. I think they're kind of cool.
They got close. I don't have any opinion about it. No, wait, actually they do. No, they're great. right? They chant at goalies. They did it at Luukkonen the other day. They're in like third last, and they're still out there chanting. All right, Nashville, but I don't want to root for the. I'm not rooting for the Titans. It's got to be the Predators. What was the other one?
Charlotte.
Yeah.
Panthers.
It's all transplants.
Yeah, right.
They haven't been through it.
803-0550 and 1-888-552-550.
The Panthers. I mean, imagine rooting for the Panthers to win. Like, just, I don't know.
The Carolina
They just
Panthers.
all those teams in Charlotte just kind of exist to me. Like, I'd never felt anything towards any of them.
When we get back, I suggested a bet for the bet board to Joe that
We got to make room. Well, no, actually, we have a spot right under Chopin Bulldog apparently made a bet about Jalen Milroe. It's at the top there.
Okay.
Top 16 pick.
This would be a bet that lives on the bet board the longest of any up there. We would have to track this bet for probably in the neighborhood of 20 years.
Longer than will Nikola Jokic play in his 40s?
Yes. I'll tell you what the bet was. It might be a let's get stupid, but it's about the future of the NHL and something that Sabres fans should probably brace themselves for. Jeremy White here for Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you're thinking about a pre-owned vehicle, Riverfront can help you. And if you want to take your tax return to Riverfront, they will double it. So here's what you do. You bring $500 to Riverfront, and they'll match that. So now you have twice as much, $1,000 towards the purchase of a vehicle. $1,000, they'll match that. So now you have double, $2,000 towards the purchase of a vehicle. Make your tax return go farther at Riverfront Auto Sales. Give them a call, 886-1626. Marty Sr., Marty Jr., they're making sure your dollar goes farther so they can help you save money on your next vehicle purchase. 886-1626. That's 886-1626. If you need to sell a vehicle, you can sell with Riverfront as well and have them give you either an instant cash offer or take it to auction to make sure you get it in front of as many buyers as possible and you make money. 886-1626 for your own wallet. Use the help of Riverfront Auto Sales. 886-1626. That's 886-1626 for Riverfront.
Team USA wins the Four Nations with a 3-2 overtime winner by Connor McDavid to beat the U.S. last night. They win the tournament. Game went to overtime, and now it is on to the Olympics in 1 year, 2026 in Milan, Italy. The NHL, meanwhile, gets back to action this weekend. Sabres at it tomorrow against the Rangers. It'll be a 5:30 puck drop. Pregame starts at 4:30 here on WGR. In football, longtime Cowboys guard Zach Martin, retiring from the NFL, 7-time first-team All-Pro, is calling it quits. In the NBA, Victor Wembanyama out for the remainder of the season with a blood clot issue. Spurs losing their star. LeBron had 40 last night, second 40-point game as a 40-year-old. That's more than the rest of the NBA in history. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
In terms of the money, you're probably right. There is a lot of money. But once again, I ask the question, what are you playing for? If you're really about sports, then you're about two things, your teammates and the fans. And I'm sorry, it doesn't matter how much money you're making. When you do not show up to play, you're letting your teammates down. When you do not show up to play, you're letting the fans down that are paying you 40, 50, 60 million. I don't care if you're getting 300 million. Congratulations. But these people in here are paying $2,500 a ticket, $5,000, that are blue-collared, hard-working people. If you don't get your head wrapped around that, you shouldn't be in pro sports.
PK Subban on First Things First, jumping into the debate, shouty shows. I mean, $5,000 ticket, blue collar. I mean, all right. But anyway, his point is the NHL is trying to pick a fight with the NBA, right? That's what this is, a little bit. Let's pick a fight. Our guys play every night. Your guys don't. That's what this fight kind of is. There's no load management in the NHL. All our players have pride. Yours don't. You didn't play hard for Team Kenny and Team Chuck. And I played hard for the Maple Leaf. So, whatever. Take the fight. Go for it. Why not?
I mean, it is an NBA problem. It's just not about the All-Star game.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, the top players, it happened. It really is. It's all of them now. It's not just like a few. Like, it really is. Some do it more than others. Like, Embiid, I think, does it the most.
Yeah.
But every NBA superstar, other than I think Jokic, like Jokic is the one guy that doesn't, but everybody else does. Who started that? Didn't Popovich start that with the Spurs? And everybody took hold of it.
Sure, it makes sense. Sports science is what did it. It makes sense. It's tough.
Is there a point too about NBA versus NHL where, just playing this out, like the NBA, there are no upsets. Like, it's so rare that you get upsets. So if you are a top team that has a star player, do you really care if you're the 2 seed or if you're the 5 seed? You usually don't really care that much.
Yeah.
Versus if you're in the NHL, I don't know, maybe this isn't a good point because the NHL's got more parity and there are upsets.
There's a lot more randomness.
Yeah. But I'm trying to figure out how that would relate to the regular season. Maybe it doesn't.
803-0550. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. All right, so the thing we teased going to the break, I suggested a bet on the bet board.
Yeah.
Which I don't know what year one of us would collect on this. I asked Joe if he wanted to bet me that Jack Eichel would one day be the GM of the Bruins. because let me get you there. He's got 1 year left on his contract, Eichel. And then what's he going to do? He's going to go play
he's going to go play for Boston.
Right. He's going to go play for Boston.
Who, by the way, if you've looked at their roster, like what their team is right now, they have McAvoy, they have like good defensemen, they have their goalie, they have their elite forward, they have decent forwards otherwise. They are like the worst team at center in hockey. Like their center group stinks. So like it's like a perfect fit.
Well, he's got,
even if he wasn't from there.
He's got this year and he's got next year in Vegas, and then he's a UFA.
Yeah.
He'll be 30 years old, and he'll go sign for 8 years to play in Boston.
Yeah.
And Sabres fans that have been able to avoid him because he's in Vegas and then had to watch him because he played for Team USA, now
he's in your face.
He's going to be in your face, I think is pretty much what everyone seems to think. He's just going to go back to Boston and play. He got a massive ovation last night.
In Boston.
Yeah. And he played at Boston College. He's from there. Yeah. And it was a massive ovation for him.
Mm-hmm.
So, will he be the GM of the Bruins?
Right. We're jumping though to he's going to be the general manager.
Yeah. And listen,
see, you know what? Actually, I'll bet with this with you. We'll have it up there for as long as you want.
Do you want? I'll take GM and you take president of hockey ops because
no, you can
how do you become a GM or a president of hockey ops? You play for the team.
See, you can have all of it because that's right. But my thought already is not that he couldn't be, but there are other Bruins legends that are going to be employed in those jobs that are going to prevent him.
Chara will be the GM.
Like Bergeron, Marchand is going to work for that organization. Like
right.
These guys are going to save me here because they're already going to be employed, and they're not firing Brad Marchand for Jack Eichel, are they?
Yeah,
or maybe they would.
All right, it's Friday. Let's get stupid. Ready?
Sure.
This leads me down a road. Let's get stupid.
This wasn't the Let's Get Stupid, by the way. Betting Eichel to be the GM.
I'll make that bet.
Really
I'll make that bet with you. Why not? What's our longest term bet on the bet board right now?
Will Nikola Jokic play in his 40s?
Okay.
Who's up there? Terry Pegula refers to McDermott as the best coach in the NFL. Doesn't really have a timestamp.
It's kind of indefinite, but yeah, it doesn't go into the 2030s, I don't think.
Ryan Tannehill starts and wins a Super Bowl. That'll end as soon as he retires. He didn't play in the league this year, so it might be time on that.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Let's Get Stupid. This kind of joke about Eichel being the GM of the Bruins stems from that's how you get a GM job. You play for the team. So, no bad answers right now. If the Sabres were to say, Kevin Adams, you're fired, and they hired a former Sabre, who would take the job? Who would do it? Who would it be? Who would do it?
Well, there's one name that popped into my mind immediately, and that's Ryan Miller. And the reason I'm thinking of him is because I remember when he retired, he made a comment. Someone asked him, as probably every legend gets asked, like, hey, thought about coaching in the league? And Miller's response, this is right after Anaheim, said, I have no interest in coaching. I'd like to be a GM someday, though.
If Terry Pegula calls...
And now he's working in the Sharks front office.
Yeah.
And he comes back.
He does.
Right? Like when Drury was an idea for the Sabres at GM, whatever that was, 5 years ago, one thing I remember thinking was, I haven't seen him here in 15 years for anything. He hasn't done, like, Briere even would go on, like, Sabre, like, on our shows here on the station once in a while, and he'd come back and do, like, video messages when it's, Pominville's 1,000th game or whatever. Drury was a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Miller is there all the time. He flies in he flew in the other, for Rob Ray night, right? He was here, wasn't he here for RJ night? That was before he was even inducted. Like, he went to Prague. He did a sit down with Hasek.
He did.
So, like, yeah, Miller. Miller's my number one. I'm not saying he'd be good at it. I'm just saying he would be. I have no idea if he'd be good at it.
This is a Friday. Let's get stupid. So, wild speculation.
All right,
why
so
not?
Beyond that, though.
No. Is he doing all that stuff because I'll be around? Like, does he want it? Part of this is
again, like the most I have on that is a comment he made like 4 years ago that said, "I would like to be a GM someday."
Like there are only 32 of these jobs, and we don't even know if the Sabres are going to change GM. But if they decided they want to, and it's someone that, I mean, listen, Lindy coming back, it wasn't supposed to be a PR move to make people feel better before any games got played. People started to feel better. It was I think he's going to get it right, and of course, like, it hasn't gone right.
All right.
Would they make a similar move at GM? Ryan Miller. Who's the next name? I mean, Miller. Vanek is an amateur scout scouting the Minnesota region for the Sharks. Like, some of this is, if you're Vanek, you just live in Minnesota now. All right? You work remotely as a consultant for the Sharks. If you're the GM, you live here. You work here.
It's a pretty big promotion, though. I think he might
For Miller?
Well, for Vanek, I'm saying.
I'm just if it's a former player,
yeah. The problem is they have their former players are already employed. Like
right.
Greer's already a GM, Briere, Drury.
Briere, right.
Yeah. Is there another one?
I mean, they hired LaFontaine, of course. Like, that was a thing where he was hired to be in the front office, and that didn't last very long. But
yeah,
is there an alumni? And you, Miller,
Pablo in our YouTube chat texted in Miro Shatan. So he is
a front office guy with.
He's
Czechia?
the president of the Slovakian Ice Hockey Federation. He was the GM of Team Europe in that World Cup of Hockey in 2016. But remember who he hired as his head coach.
Ralph Kruger.
He's out. Miro is out. No, I'm just kidding. That'd be cool. There's only like one European general manager in the entire NHL.
Who is it? It used to be Kekalainen.
Oh, right, so maybe there isn't one now. Oh, no, Patrick Alvin.
Right.
Vancouver.
I definitely knew that.
Sweden.
I had no idea.
I only knew that because I looked the other day when I was crafting that conspiracy theory about Vancouver not letting Quinn Hughes play the Four Nations.
Very good.
Is there another one? What about Pominville? But he's not doing anything. We're getting to guys that are just like, hey, you want to call him up off the couch?
Yep. Sorry, Kevin texts in. Thank you, Kevin, for the correction. Eichel BU, not BC. Thank you. Eric tweets in Pekka.
Pekka's a
Michael
coach,
Pekka,
right? He's an assistant coach.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Again, I just don't. I have no idea.
Right answer
I have no idea the direction they take when this offseason hits, and people will not expect much. But one tried and true thing that NHL teams do is hire an alumni to be their GM.
Well, their thing is, most of their good alumni doesn't like them, right? Yeah. Or not even doesn't like them. You just don't really see them that often.
Most of the alumni got traded to another team and played somewhere else and wouldn't have had success. Anyway, 803-0550 to join us. Get a break in. If you want to throw, a let's get stupid at us or whatever. Right now I'm
just going to be looking at former Sabres alumni now to find another answer to this.
You want to have a who's the next GM draft if it's a former player?
What's Brian Campbell doing right now? Oh, I'll do that. Yeah.
JP Dumont, what's he up to?
Okay. Derek Roy?
Yeah. Stephen Ellis, Daily Faceoff, joins us top of the hour, 9 o'clock, to recap this tournament. Connor McDavid gets the golden goal, and Canada wins again. Next up, the Olympics in 2026, which will be pretty fun. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Hey, so quick, not quite free agent idea of the day, but there's a report going around that Joey Bosa is about to be cut loose by the Chargers.
Yeah.
And I might want to say no before you even think about it. So Bosa, where did he grade PFF? First off, he's had tons of injuries.
Yeah.
He can't stay healthy. And with that in mind, even when he played last year, he graded around A.J. Epinesa as a defensive end. Like, Epinesa's not bad, but don't fall for the Bosa name. He's not what he once was.
Or that he made the Pro Bowl this year.
Right. You do want Khalil Mack, on the other hand, yeah. But Bosa, no. And it looks like they might cut him before free agency begins.
Yeah.
So there you go. Quick preemptive no thanks on Joey Bosa.
Availability. Yeah, he has missed 26 games in the last 3 years.
He's missed?
I think he missed.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, happy Friday. What do we got this weekend? The Mexico Open in golf.
Which isn't like a huge one.
No, it's not.
Not a great field. Like, who's in the lead right now? I think it was a guy I hadn't even heard of.
I don't know. You've got
none of them, actually. None of the guys in the top 5 I've ever heard of.
What have we got this weekend? Premier League?
Premier League.
Hockey's back.
Yeah,
Sabres and Rangers and some other games. But you might have some of these games where the best players in the league don't play because they're recovering from this tournament. That could happen.
Is that it?
It's hockey and, yeah.
What's the Bandits schedule? Maybe taking a Bandits game. I don't know if they're home, though.
There are 14 NHL games on Saturday, tomorrow, starting at 12:30 and going all the way till 10 p.m.
All right.
A lot of games.
What I have to look forward to is my fantasy football convention. That's
convention?
Yeah, we're calling it a convention.
Wow. Where are you hosting
38 league proposals.
Nashville?
Vegas? My basement.
Oh, okay.
Not quite as glamorous.
One of my fantasy leagues has talked about, hey, how about for the 10-year anniversary, go somewhere? Like, oh, yeah, it's a great idea, and then that just never happens.
That's something we're planning to talk about, but I don't know if we're actually going to do it.
Yeah.
This will be our 15th, so.
All right. Stephen Ellis, Daily Faceoff, to help us wrap up the Four Nations, courtesy of Connor McDavid's game-winning goal. Canada got the win and the golds. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Post on X at WGR 550 and get connected to the home of the Bills. Brought to you by out the 2025 Kia finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. When the game tips off, NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. Even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle to the final buzzer and jump in on live betting. Plus, you can even combine live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/white to join today. That's FanDuel.com/white for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Get that breaking sports news in right away.
Breaking news. The New York Yankees have put out a statement. Hal Steinbrenner.
Josh, could you read it for us?
Go ahead, yeah.
People right now
Breaking
like,
Yankees
people
news.
right now
What's the Yankees
what is
news
it?
going to be?
What is it? It's a statement about what?
They're changing their logo.
In recent weeks, I have spoken to a large number of former and current Yankees spanning several eras.
Oh, my goodness.
To elicit their perspectives on our long-standing facial hair and grooming policy.
This is already too long of a statement.
And I accept their earnest and varied feedback. These most recent conversations are an extension of ongoing internal dialogue that dates back several years. Ultimately, the final decision rests with me, and after great consideration, we'll be amending our expectations to allow players and ununiformed personnel to have well-groomed beards moving forward. It is appropriate. it is appropriate time to move beyond the familiar comfort of our former policy.
2025, after careful consideration.
He wrote an essay about why they're deciding to allow
all
well-groomed beards. Keep that in mind.
All I need in my life today is to hear a caller call into WFAN and scream about how this is terrible and the Yankees are selling their soul because the guy's going to have a beard now. All right, there you go. Breaking news.
Anyways, Team USA falls to Canada 3-2 in overtime of the Four Nations Championship. McDavid wins it in overtime, the golden goal. Next up for Best on Best is the Olympics next year in Milan. We'll talk more about it with Stephen Ellis coming up next. Sabres back at it tomorrow, 5:30 against the Rangers at KeyBank Center. We'll have pregame starting at 4:30. In the NFL, longtime Cowboy guard Zach Martin, 7-time first-team All-Pro, is retiring from the NFL. And in the NBA, Victor Wembanyama out for the rest of the regular season with a blood clot in his shoulder. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Harley for McKinnon. Trying to weave. He scores! Threw it toward the net from the top of the slot, and it got past Hellebuck. And back on to Taves. Now a wraparound by Matthews, and they score! Brady Tkachuk knocked it home! It squirted out to Larkin, and back to his good buddy Werenski. Right on net. Rebound Matthews, trying to pass. They score! Jake Sanderson! Mitch Marner, high slot down low. Bennett scores! Sam Bennett ties it for Canada. Centering pass, McDavid scores! Connor McDavid wins it for Canada.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Good Friday morning. The Yankees are allowing facial hair. Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria. Jeremy and Joe, good Friday morning. We're going to talk a little bit about the Four Nations wrapping things up. Connor McDavid, the golden goal. Great game, great tournament. Stephen Ellis of the Daily Faceoff joining us on the Western Hotline to put a nice bow on it. Stephen, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. We're disappointed the U.S. did not win, but we're at the same time kind of basking in what was a really fun 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think that's the thing to kind of take away from this. This is not as important to many people as the Olympics and events that we're going to be seeing going forward, or like the World Cup of Hockey in 2028. But I think what we saw was some fantastic competitive hockey. Was it the highest level of hockey we saw? No, it felt like there was maybe a bit too much defensive hockey in the first 6 games. But then to close it out with as incredible of a game as we saw, where both teams led. You look at there was a thing called the deserve to win meter, and it was basically 50% all game long. That's what you want to see, right? And there were mistakes, but then there was just some great goaltending, and overall, what a fantastic way to end the tournament.
Yeah, if you're rooting for the U.S. in this tournament, can you almost feel okay this morning even though you lost? Because isn't all the evidence through the whole tournament, but especially in the 2 games? I mean, shot attempts were exactly the same last night. Shots were even. If you take out the empty net goal in the Saturday game, it was 5-5, I think. All the evidence points to these 2 teams now are really, really even.
Yeah, you don't want to make excuses, but what if Quinn Hughes was there? What if Brock Faber had another year of experience? What if all those players that missed that game against Sweden that might have not been at full health in this final game, like the Tkachuk brothers. Well, what if happened then? What if they had Charlie McAvoy? So to come as close to Team Canada, where it was pretty close to their main roster. Obviously, no Theodore, there were no Pietrangelo, and no Josh Morrissey in the end. It was still kind of what you wanted to see out there. And you saw that Connor Hellebuck was so close to finally just breaking through and winning that all-elusive championship game that he's been missing all these years and one of the top goalies. But you still look at that, and there were just so many promising elements that was easily the best American roster I think we've ever seen at any hockey tournament. I think any past American team would tell you the same thing. And it's only going to get better next year for the Olympics.
Stephen, I think Joe and I were kind of joking around, like what happens, the hockey world looks at this tournament and says, what do hockey fans do the next day? And the answer is we take apart the GM of the team that lost. You said it was the best American team that they've ever had. Was it the best team America could have iced?
Oh, no. You look at Tage Thompson obviously not being there. You look at Cole Caulfield and not being there, and obviously no Quinn Hughes, but it could have been even better, and some of that was out of their control, like with Quinn Hughes' injury. But I think part of it is, I think the GMs on all the teams were still trying to play this kind of maybe old school. Like we still wanted some guys who could be these role players, like Brock Nelson being a two-way threat, and Chris Kreider going there to be a tough player to play against. But then, like Kyle Connor is one of the top goal scorers in the league, and he wasn't used in a scoring role pretty much the entire tournament. So that part of it shows you the depth it has, but part of it also shows you that, like, I wonder how this roster would have been constructed if it was named January 15th as opposed to December 4th. And I think Canada would say the same thing when it comes to goaltending. A lot of people would have said, okay, well, Logan Thompson probably would have been the starting goalie for Canada had they had all that time to look at it, but it's just kind of the way it is. And so the Olympics is still the goal here, and they've probably learned a few things along the way, and they'll be able to prepare for that better.
Yeah, like I was wondering, like, would we expect to see them act differently? I guess you're kind of saying that, like next year when the Olympics, and I think it's bigger roster. It almost definitely is, right? Bigger rosters next year than what we have right now. Like the guys I'm thinking of: Trocheck, Kreider, Nelson. Like, are we going to see the guys you mentioned, Jason Robertson, maybe even throw in that mix as someone we could see there instead? That's the one thing I just wonder. Like, is if Bill Guerin is the GM and Drury is involved still, like, will they actually bring the more skilled guys, or are they gonna look for someone that they think's more of like a fourth line type guy?
Well, that's the thing. Like, I think that was something where when you look at the game, how it was pretty much in 2010, 2014, 2016, we're still looking at a more skilled game today. And I feel like the way that teams have started to look at their rosters has to be a bit differently. You want some guys who can go out there and throw some hits and be tough to play against. Well, we saw the American, that was their top line. That was the Tkachuk brothers. That was Charlie McAvoy. Like, those are guys who are not just there to play a specific role. So you got to go out there, and if you're going to go beat a team like Canada where the center depth is Crosby, McDavid, McKinnon, and Braden Point, you got to be able to go out there and try and match their skill. And the Americans can, while also still being very physical. Like, it felt like throughout that entire tournament when Canada used to be the team that people didn't want to face because of how hard they hit and how hard they skated, that was the American team this time. So I feel like that's going to be pretty big for them going forward. But you got to have those guys who can go out there and score from everywhere. And Brock Nelson wasn't that, but Tage Thompson and Cole Caulfield could have easily been those players.
Stephen Ellis, Daily Faceoff with us. Jordan Binnington does show up in the big moment, like was kind of built up that he could even before the tournament. Was it good enough? You think he'll be their goalie again next year?
When it comes to goaltending, like, Jordan Binnington could be either the best goalie in the NHL at the time of the roster announcement or the worst goalie, and wouldn't surprise me either way. I think with him, his ability to bounce back after allowing a bad goal is so important, and he finishes the tournament with the best high danger save percentage, even better than Connor Hellebuck. But I would have to assume his low danger save percentage is probably among the worst because he did allow so many weaker goals. But his ability to allow a bad goal and then make some incredible saves the rest of the game and basically be perfect, it was so crucial. So we'll see. Hockey Canada liked him. They brought him to the World Championship last year, and if you thought he allowed some bad goals in this tournament, you should have seen him play against Austria when Canada was winning 6-2 in the third period, and they only won 7-6 in overtime, mostly because Binnington fell apart. So those type of games are still known there, but I think right now he's got that inside track. They like him a lot, but if Logan Thompson can show that this is not just a one-season thing and he can be this superstar goalie, I think they're going to have to look that way instead.
Stephen Ellis with us. Do you think, we talking about like the years coming up, how 2028 there's a World Cup, we'll have the Olympics next year. What do you think they do in 2027? Because I just feel like an all-star game would just feel like a total letdown if it's surrounded by all these awesome international tournaments.
Yeah, like at a certain point, like they're going to, they can't keep the international tournaments because they will start to dilute it. Like you look at the fact that there is the Men's World Championship to be one of the most underrated and greatest hockey events. It's the one where all of Europe loves it. But North American teams, it doesn't resonate. Like Canada can win gold, and it's not even mentioned in the news. Latvia finishes third, and they get 3 days off as a country to go celebrate. Like it's a completely different thing there. So for me, like I'd rather see the players go to that than have another tournament in the middle of the year. So I thought, like, for a while, if you want the All-Star game to matter more to these players, you've got to put, like make it so players are playing for charities, and make it so if they don't try, if they do the Nikita Kucherov thing, it makes them look bad. And if there's money on the line, again, like that matters a bit more. So we'll see what they do there. But yeah, like it's going to feel like a massive letdown going back to they're doing the All-Star game next year. Like at least that's what they announced. They're going to be doing that before the Olympics, which my opinion, I think that's going to be canceled at some point, because why would the players bother with that? But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the league does.
Stephen Ellis, Daily Faceoff on Four Nations as we wrap this up. We had a fun question. Is there any player you came away after this tournament thinking differently of? I mean, for better or for worse, really. You can go positively, or maybe they don't have it like they used to. One player that you were really impressed with.
I'd say it's Dylan Larkin, and I feel like that's a player who has always been a leading part of the Detroit Red Wings, but for pretty much his entire career, he has not come close to tasting the playoffs. And I know a few fan bases could probably say the same thing, but when it comes to the way he played, I felt like he was the ultimate role player because he was fast, he was very good defensively. He was, if you look at the advanced analytics, like his goals, expected goals for percentage, it's like pretty much every time he was on the ice, the puck was in the offensive zone, and he was a big reason why. So Larkin, his ice time kept growing as the tournament wore on. He played really good against Canada with those 2 points on Saturday, but then he probably played his best game actually against Sweden when they were missing all those players. So Dylan Larkin just showed what Red Wings fans have been saying for this long time. It's like he's not 90, 100-point guy, but he brings so many other elements to the table that there's no way he's not going to be on the team in Italy next year, when a lot of people were questioning why he was there this season to begin with.
Wrapping with Stephen Ellis. Before we let you go, Stephen, is there anything on the Sabres? Any thoughts at all on a 14th year in a row missing the playoffs, and they're like the one team in the East that's not even in the race?
There's no team in the NHL I want to see succeed more than the Buffalo Sabres, because I love the fan base. And I don't know, man. I still think back to last year when they rushed Devin Levi to the NHL, and that made me so mad because, like, historically, having a goalie go from college to the NHL was a terrible idea. I really think they hurt his development. That's a little concerning to me for the long run there, but I think this team has just too many decent pieces here that I still think you got to make a GM change to go from there, because I still think you got the talent here to make it work. It's just the right people have got to be the ones putting it together.
Stephen Ellis, Daily Faceoff. Stephen, thanks very much.
Yep, thank you so much.
Next year at the Olympics, by the way, did someone in the chat ask about other Sabres that could be at the Olympics next year? Like, Kulik's going to be at the Olympics next year.
For Czechia?
He's going to play for Czechia. And Peterka is going to play for Germany.
Yep.
Like 1,000%. He's probably on the top line with Draisaitl, I would assume. Beyond that, that might be it. In the addition to, like, Tage.
Owen Power have any chance?
No.
I don't think so either.
For Canada?
Right.
Maybe in 5 years. But no. I think it's more likely that at some point in his career, Levi's playing for Team Canada than Power is.
Okay. That sounds fair. 803-0550. We hear that a lot. One of the things Steven said, there's no fan base I'd like to see the Sabres succeed more than the Sabres, whatever. Like, yeah, thanks. We would like that too. Our thanks to Stephen Ellis of Daily Faceoff. All right, I have a stat of the day for you. Maybe a stat of the year. We're going to get DJ in Virginia first. And then I've got a stat of the year about the Super Bowl viewership and stats that you didn't even know they could track, maybe.
Okay.
The story that it tells is something incredible. DJ in Virginia first, though. Hey, DJ.
Hey, guys. So I got a Let's Get Stupid. Maybe it's a Let's Get Stupid. So I thought Mitch Marner was one of the most impressive guys in the entire tournament. I don't think this is a trade for in the season, but after the season, the Toronto always lose in the first or second round. The whole fan base is always furious at Mitch. I would give him the same deal for Pettersson, except maybe throw in a first round and a prospect because I think he's a better player. And then in the negotiations, because he has a no trade clause, bring Josh Allen to the actual negotiations.
Yes.
He's obsessed with them. We have the same owner. Finally be a good owner for both teams. Let's make it happen.
Well, Marner's a UFA at the end of this year. And
he hasn't signed yet.
No. He's going to get, what, $14 million?
Sure.
With the cap going where it's going to go?
Yeah. Maybe 15.
Is it as
well? It depends where he goes. If he stays in Toronto, maybe it's 14. If he wants to play the free agent bidding game, I bet he can find a team that'll give him 15. Maybe even.
And he could also.
What's the max? 16 the max?
He could also go for like 15 in Tampa versus 15 in Canada is different.
Right.
Taxes and all. Yeah, I mean, we kind of mentioned it earlier. Bring Josh in. Could he be the closer?
Why would Josh care enough to do it? As a favor?
Yeah. The same reason that he goes...
Does he know that he goes to games once in a while?
He goes to Sabres games. He wants the Sabres to be good.
Maybe he wants to buy a minority stake in the team.
Yeah.
That's where we're at, though, is how do the Sabres get great players? I either need someone from here to become amazing, I need Josh Allen to convince them to come, or I need them to not have any trade protection so I can trade for him and hold them hostage until it works.
The other way to do that is to tank, but people will yell at you for a decade if you say that's what they should do.
We can't do that again.
All right, stat of the day. You ready for stat of the day? Stat of the day, yes. You tell me if this is stat of the year.
Okay.
Stat of the decade.
Okay.
I found a story.
The decade? We went above the year?
I might want to say stat of the decade. At awfulannouncing.com, they have some numbers on the Super Bowl and specifically the Super Bowl halftime show. So Kendrick Lamar puts on the halftime show. Some people hate it. Plenty of people loved it. I thought it was pretty great. Anyway, the New York Post has reported that we can say definitively that New York, they did not dip out on the halftime show. Okay. So in New York City, people were not skipping the halftime show.
Okay.
How do they know that? Or what would lead them down that road? Well, people must have been staying by the television. The answer is that the Department of Environmental Protection found that water use plunged during Kendrick Lamar's performance. Basically, they can chart how often toilets were flushed. And during the halftime show, there were 558,000 fewer toilet flushes during that than there were in the game's first half. So people went to the bathroom more during the football than they did Kendrick Lamar. So the toilet data has told us that people did not skip the halftime show. How do you like it? And I've got a chart. They gave us a chart. You see this little line going across like this, and then when Kendrick Lamar shows up on the screen, zoom, it dips. People stop flushing toilets in New York City.
We have advanced analytics for toilets now?
Yeah.
Only in New York City, though.
Flushes per 60. expected flushes. Basically, we're saying there were 550,000 minus expected flushes.
Yeah.
Which, how many minutes was the halftime show? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
So, minus 55,000 flushes per 60.
Yep. Can they get the same data? Well, they can't because it's the U.S. But in Toronto, I bet Toronto didn't have that.
That might be right.
Might have had a lot of them because
they do go on to say
Drake fans up there.
They can't necessarily flush out the difference between toilets and other water usage. Dishwashers, washing machines, showers. Maybe people didn't shower during the halftime show. I don't know. Whatever. I found it to be an interesting story, tracking a precipitous drop in toilet flushes.
That's pretty good.
Yep. Anyway, another random story that's making the rounds in Cleveland is that Shedeur Sanders, potential top prospect in this quarterback draft, which, who did I just see? Was it Daniel Jeremiah? Somebody ranked the quarterbacks this year and said the top quarterback in this year's draft has the same grade as Bo Nix.
Okay, we had Eric Edholm on the other day, and he said, didn't he say Cam Ward was like in the tier of like Penix and Bo Nix?
Okay, yeah. And Nix was the 6th quarterback taken.
Right.
So the best quarterback in this would be QB 6, according to that. Anyway, Shedeur Sanders, it has been revealed, when he plays Madden, he uses the Browns.
And only the Browns.
Only the Browns. He exclusively uses the Browns when he plays Madden, which has led some to say, is that posturing? Does that mean something? Is he trying to convince them, you should take me because I'm practicing?
Is he mentally getting prepared to be a Brown?
And to throw the ball to Jerry Jeudy and looking at their playbook?
Yeah. They pick second.
They do.
So, like, if it's Cam Ward at 1, then is that what he's campaigning for? Maybe 2? To get to the second pick? I would have thought it was more likely he just wouldn't want to play for Cleveland. But there's none of that sideshow stuff's happening right now. Like, there was, maybe he'll be, I'm only going here, I'm only going there, and that could still happen. But I was wondering, like, if he would be like, I'm not going to Cleveland. And this kind of feels like maybe the opposite.
Yeah.
Like, no, I'd love to be the second pick.
Cleveland's got a good coach. I do think they have a good coach.
They have a good coach.
What they have
a good coach. They have a really good offensive line. If I were saying, I think I'd want to go there.
I don't think it's a.
They have a good receiver. They have a good coach, good offensive line, and the defense has got some talent.
It's a terrible spot because of one decision that they made, which is a horrible decision about money and draft picks, blah blah blah. But before that decision, they were not some, they were
a playoff team.
Derelict franchise. They were kind of okay. They crawled back to middle of the road mediocrity stuff. No more 1-15s and 0-16s. They've been respectable. So I don't think it's nuts to want to play there or be okay with playing there.
They almost beat the Chiefs in a playoff game.
That they did. Everybody almost beats the Chiefs in a playoff game.
That's fair. Although I think that was also the one that Mahomes missed.
He got knocked out. And Chad Henne ran for a 4th and 1.
Yeah, so they couldn't beat him. But yeah, they had. I mean, the Browns were like Hugh Jackson's, like the worst seasons of all time. Since then, like since 2020, 11 wins, 8 wins, 7 wins, 11 wins, and then 3 wins. So they had a 5-year stretch there.
Yeah.
Where it was like, all right, it was pretty good. How much of that was Mayfield? A chunk.
Right.
But there was the 11-win year with Flacco and even Watson playing terribly. They had I think had a winning record that year. So, all right, I could if I were a quarterback, I could look at the Browns and say, I'd rather go there than the other teams at the top. I'd rather go to Cleveland would I rather go there than New York and be a Giant? Would I rather go there and be a Titan? Roster-wise, I could understand that.
So we've got a little bit of an update on James Cook.
Okay.
Yeah, he was on the Nightcap. Not our Nightcap.
Not our Nightcap?
No, with Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco.
Okay.
And they talked about his ask of $15 million per season. We'll tell you what James Cook had to say when we get back.
And after great consideration, we will be amending our expectations to allow our players and ununiformed personnel to have well-groomed beards. Well-groomed beards moving forward. It is the appropriate time to move beyond the familiar comfort of our former policy.
So they could have beards. What about their hair length?
It doesn't say anything about hair length, so I guess that still will be a thing. The kid won't have the long hair, I guess.
But
right. A well-groomed beard.
Okay.
Imagine being the guy who has to tell him, hey, your beard's not groomed well enough. You got to groom that up. Is Hal going to go down there?
Boomer and Gio reacting live to the news. The Yankees put out a statement today. Beards are allowed. Facial hair is allowed. There you go, 2025. So, James Cook. We have the next, episode in the James Cook story. It's nothing too crazy, but I think you can expect to continue to hear from James Cook through the offseason. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. He joined Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco on Nightcap, which is a show they do on YouTube. Just watched a little bit of the segment. And they're talking to Cook about, the Bills, his year. They're talking about the roles that running backs play and that call that all the running backs got on last year, Barkley, Jacobs, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, Cook says, I just want to get what I deserve. I'm going to stand on what I stand on. I don't feel like a cancer at all because I don't like that attention. That's not me, honestly. I'm just standing on business and what I deserve. In talking about his upcoming contract extension he wants for $15 million a season. One thing about Cook and the approach here. We talked about this with Mike Catalana of Buffalo Plus on YouTube and WHAM in Rochester, and he brought up what I thought was an interesting point. That Cook should wait until after the draft and after free agency to have done all this. He can sign a contract, but right now, if the Bills got mad at him, they could draft another running back. They could sign a guy that they think is reasonably good and say, like, all right, we're just going to use up James Cook's final year of his rookie deal and then let him walk because we think we can find somebody else that can do this.
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting point to make about the timing of it. But anyway, Cook is clearly going to use any platform he gets. He tweeted it himself. Now he's on a podcast, and he's saying it again. Like, I want to get paid what I deserve, which I don't have a problem with him saying that. But I think Bills fans should get used to him saying this to anybody that asks him.
Right. Yeah, I get the timing point is interesting, too, because if he really wants that money from the Bills, like, if you are Bean right now, are you calling Cook's agent and saying, like, how serious is he about that number? Like, is he really going to hold his ground on that? Because maybe if you were Bean, you wouldn't have even thought about this yet before the draft, before free agency, and might have thought, oh, we'll get something done. We'll figure out where he's at after all this. And now maybe you're thinking, I'm not giving him $15 million. I wonder how likely it is that we're able to come to an agreement. So you know what? Let me take a scout. And let me take two guys in my front office that weren't presently assigned. That's like, hey, go start looking at running backs that are a little bit more expensive. Go start looking around. See, like, if we weren't going to be able to keep James Cook past next year, go give me a list of guys that could be potential options then. Round 3 guys. Maybe that you wouldn't have been thinking about already as much. Give me a little more detail on them. Just you might put the Bills' radar up a little bit more on having to replace James Cook than you otherwise would have been, and that's a loss of leverage.
Yep.
If they were actually act on that, and if they drafted a guy in the 3rd round, what would our takeaway be? Well, I guess they're not paying James Cook.
That's right. One thing I wonder here, I want to make a comparison. So McDermott raved about Cook at the end of the press conference, right?
Yes, he did.
And if there's one thing the Bills might do. So I got a couple of snarky comments about Brandon Beane from a couple people on Twitter and wherever people comment, my text club, among other things, where the increase in the cap and the Bills need to go all in means that Beane will sign his own mediocre players that he loves to big contracts. Because the Bills have done that a little bit, not with everybody. The biggest example is probably Dawson Knox. They signed Dawson Knox to way too much money.
Yeah.
He should not have gotten the contract he did. He did. They've since redone it. They value him. That's fine. They can value him. And they could tell you that it's important what he brings to this team, locker room, blah, 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 blah. That's fine. That's fine. If you want to pay for that, you pay for that. And I think right now the Bills have a couple examples where they do pay for that. Is James Cook inner circle like that? Has he proven to them on a level with McDermott raving about him at the end of season press conference, his laser focus?
Yeah.
Has he grown, matured, blah, blah, blah? I've said blah, blah, blah twice in this segment. I apologize. Yada, yada. Has he entered the circle of trust where they say, listen, we don't think he's worth 13, but as a player, but he brings things to our room that, you know what, we are going to pay that. Because that is definitely how Dawson Knox's contract is justified.
That doesn't...
I'm not telling you have to like it, but is that not true?
It is. It is.
If you get inner circle, you're going to get paid.
Can both be true, though? Can they value what Dawson Knox bring to them and also regret giving him that contract?
Yeah, do they maybe justify it after the fact?
Yeah. That's before they even draft Kincaid.
Right. Right. Knox was not a threat to hit the open market. I don't think we ever talked about what would happen if they lose him, and they just gave him a lot of money.
Okay, we value all that Knox provides, like his friendship with Josh and his leadership in the room and how versatile he is. And, okay, what if he was 1 year younger? What if it was time to pay him and they just drafted Dalton Kincaid? Would they then pay him? What if Kincaid's in the building and then they have to decide?
It's a great question.
I'm not saying they don't value that stuff, but should it be the thing? Should be the determining factor as to whether or not you pay a guy. Right,
he gets paid like a tight end that should produce, and yet he's not even the tight end that we will spend the entire offseason saying they really got to get production out of this guy. It's the other tight end we're going to say that about because he was a first-round pick.
Right. He's just kind of there on the roster. 33 targets on the year.
And how much?
$10 million. And that's just kind of off to the side, right? Because Kincaid had a down year. So I don't know. You just want to do that again. Sign up for that again. And again, that Gabe Davis would have been this, and he was inner circle, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And they said, nah, there's a point. There's a point where we value what you are, we value the work you've done, the growth that you've had, and what you mean to the quarterback and to the room as a whole. But there's a limit. And for Gabe Davis, there was a limit. It was $13 million. And I can't imagine that Brandon Beane's limit isn't below $15 million.
803-0550. Denny in Middlebury's up. Hey, Denny.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for having me on. My idea for Cook, and I want to preface this by saying that I'm a huge fan since the day we drafted him. Really disappointed that he came out in the media the way that he did. I know that that's not the Bills' way. And I think he's a great player, but I know he's not worth $15 million. He's the product of his environment. His environment includes a really great offensive line that has been together for years, doesn't miss games, and then he's got a decoy in Josh Allen that everybody wants to pay attention to on the goal line as well. So I feel like those 15 touchdowns are inflated. I think he's a great player, but in this day and age, I don't think any running back's really worth $15 million unless you're Saquon. So I think if we can trade him, I think that's a great idea. And then just sign a veteran running back. But I have faith in Ray. I think that he's going to do a good job. Johnson comes back. We're still in a good shape to really have some success with this team. So trade him and not worry too much about it other than the cash savings.
Yeah, thanks, Denny. One thing I would say, I don't think his touchdowns are inflated. I think, if anything, it's the opposite. He doesn't score from inside the 5. He scores from distance.
His average length of touchdown was 15.
And I also just checked
yards.
I checked something here, which is kind of. I wanted to look this up. I did not know this answer. All right, I tend to agree. He's in a really good ecosystem with a quarterback that is a freak show, and the offensive line is the best that he's probably had. Cook's yards before contact this year were the lowest of his career. 2.6 yards before contact is lower than he was even last year. Where you see a difference in Cook from last year to this year, 2 straight Pro Bowl appearances, right?
Yep.
Is yards after contact and broken tackles and attempts per broken tackle. He is tougher to bring down than he used to be.
Yeah. Yeah,
he broke more tackles this year. So
he beat,
I don't know.
and that doesn't even show up in like how many more times he beat guys to the edge this season.
How about rushing yards over expectation? Let me pull up that one in Next Gen Stats.
I know he was like right around 9th or 10th, I think.
Okay.
But I haven't looked in a while. But it was good. It was definitely good.
I think he's good. I don't have any doubt I think he's good. I don't know about a trade piece. I also, to your point that you brought up there, Denny, I don't have any problem with a player going public. Because keeping it behind closed doors is 100% to the benefit of the team. For him to say, I want to get paid what I'm worth, what's wrong with that? I don't think it's in 2025, I don't know why we should treat that like it's bad. The team uses every lever to pay players less than they should be paid. The salary cap, come on, we're a family. The we're a family stuff is a way to get you to play for less.
Right.
We're a family. Great. Okay. If you value me like a family member, then pay me what I'm worth.
Right. So we're family until you're not actually that good anymore. Then we're going to cut.
And then you're cut. You're gone. Or then we decide you're. I mean, Gabe Davis was family. And sorry, Gabe, you're not enough of a family member to get $13 million from us.
Well, I don't have a problem with him going public, but he is losing leverage, isn't he? By doing that,
how so?
With any negotiation with the team, like we just kind of went through it. Like maybe you put them onto the scent a little bit earlier than you need to.
Of what he wants?
Only by a couple months, right?
But he wants to get paid.
Yeah.
And, you go in there, you say you want 15. If they come and say 3 for 33, okay. Sounds great. I'm getting with, guaranteed money. Just putting a number out there, it's just kind of like any old deal. Would you sign him for 3 for 30? Sure. How much is guaranteed? Is 7 of it guaranteed or is 28 of it guaranteed? I don't think he loses leverage. I think he had a great year. He is their most dynamic player outside of Josh Allen. If they're going to bring back Amari Cooper, then they desperately need James Cook. Who's fast? Who's explosive? It's Cook. And Shakir sometimes. And cross your fingers for Curtis Samuel again.
Samuel's the answer, but you don't know if he's going to be healthy.
I don't think he's losing leverage. He might be losing a little bit of good grace with some fans. Like, Denny doesn't like that he did that. I don't have a problem with it. But it's interesting.
He also isn't really that loud about it.
I agree.
It's a tweet. It's an Instagram post.
It's
not even Instagram post, Instagram comment, right? And then he kind of, even what he said on the podcast was pretty tame.
Right. He said
he's not being that overt about it.
He said,
mild.
I don't want to feel like a cancer at all because I don't like that attention. That's not me. I'm just standing on business and what I deserve.
Yeah.
Just want to get paid what I deserve. That is the tamest way you can say it.
Right. He's not doing like what Tyreek Hill did, which is like, I'm out of here, man. Like, just like, you've seen more egregious things, I think, around the league this offseason already than what Cook has said.
And let's be real about it. What running back has made it difficult for his own team? Guy hits the free agent market and wants money, that's fine. Like Jacobs got paid. Derrick Henry did not get big money in Baltimore. Saquon got good money. But guys that hold out, backs...
Well, remember, his brother is one of these, but he didn't hold out it was like a day or two,
and he got paid.
He got
a big contract, which is
didn't Jonathan Taylor have something like this a couple years ago? Yeah. No, maybe we thought that. See, sometimes you blend between guys we thought were about to hold out and then guys that actually did, and made it ugly. Because the guy that comes to mind that made it ugly, and this is how long ago now, is when Le'Veon Bell sat out for an entire season.
Yeah.
And that's one guy that did that, and it was a long time ago. And come on, no one in the right mind believes James Cook would sit out a season.
And what he probably did, Le'Veon Bell, was teach every running back never take it that far,
because he lost money.
He lost $15 million, $12 million.
Yeah.
803-0550. We'll get a break in. Extendo Sports coming up. It is not too late. We did not forget the Sabres play the Rangers tomorrow. Dog of the day. Time to make some guesses. Sabres host the Rangers, then they host the Ducks. So we get, 2 dogs of the day here.
How about a Four Nations themed dog?
Okay.
And you could either go American, or maybe you could do a dog where there's like 4 different toppings, one for each nation.
How about a tribute
to... like
America,
you go bacon. For Canada, you go Canadian bacon.
Okay.
For Sweden, you
Swedish
go
bacon.
Meatballs. And then for Finland, you go...
haggis.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know. Is it Finnish? I was going to make a joke like, you can call it the overcooked dog as a tribute to the Rangers players that were on Team USA.
Let's go.
Let's have the hot dog of the day be trash.
Jabs at the other team?
Yeah, trash talk every time. Why not?
Yeah, the Kreider stinks dog.
the washed... No, I'm sorry. These are American players that we love.
The Drury should be fired dog.
We loved these players until last night.
Yes, that's right.
Go USA. What happened? They lost? All right. Get them off the team. All right.
If it's a Ranger dog, though.
New York style.
That's an easy one, right? Yeah.
What's a
like
New York style?
What's a Nathan's dog?
Coney Island kind of deal?
Sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
New York style hot dog. Anyway, dog of the day. Enjoyed the Sabres game. The Sabres play tomorrow against the Rangers. They are back. And it's a 5:30 game. That's not bad.
Yeah, I'm into that.
And then home for the Ducks. Carolina, Montreal, San Jose.
All right, you got some teams that aren't that great in there.
Some.
Go on a streak. Make me wonder if I should think about them getting back in the race.
I mean,
I'm not even asking to get back in the race. I'm asking you to get me to wonder about you getting back in the race. That's the current standard.
You'd like to pull into a tie for 14th.
And that sounds like amazing. It's a dream.
All right, the Extra Point Show is coming up. We're back Monday morning. Enjoy your weekend.